Thank you.
I sent Carolyn a text right now just to check.
She's here. I just let her in.
Okay.
Perfect. Okay, would you add her to the roll call, please?
Trustee Carolyn Swanson.
Here, barely here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so this is a regularly scheduled meeting of Pacific Grove Unified School District Board of Trustees. Call to order, roll call, adoption of agenda. Board, we have an agenda that is high on consent and higher now even on action, although some of them should go very quickly. Are there any other changes? We have two walk-ons. Is that correct there, Dr. Forrest?
Yes, we have the one with the HVAC, and then we also have the walk-on Pacific Grove High School athletics competition update, and we'll have those two items were sent to you previously. We also have some additional documents that were provided late because we're working with the contract for services with OptumServe, and that's for action discussion item G. The item is on the agenda, but the backup items are a little late.
Action item G. What is action G?
That is in regards to the testing. Contract services for surveillance testing.
I'm sorry. That's action G. Yes, perfect. Fine. Thank you. Yes. Okay, board, do I have a motion to adopt the agenda as presented and amended?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Trustee Path.
Aye.
Trustee Brian Swanson.
Aye.
Trustee Dawson.
Yes.
Trustee Carolyn Swanson.
Yes. Aye.
Trustee Walton.
Aye.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you all very much. At this point, we will go into closed session. In closed session, we will discuss negotiations with PGTA for 2020-2021, with CSEA for 2020-2021. Purpose of giving direction and updates. We will also touch upon the superintendent goals and evaluation. Any public comment on that? I see two members of the public. I see no hands raised. Okay, so hearing none, seeing none, we will move into closed session. Jonathan, if you would break us out.
Yeah, that we can. And with that said, back to you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. We go to PGUSD staff comments, preferably on non-agenda items. Okay. PGUSD staff, let's, Jennifer. Boy. Ralph, do you have this?
Mewis?
Yes, I hit unmute. It's up to the speaker. I think Hethel Patel was first. I'm not sure.
Well, it's not on my list that way, so it's okay.
Hi,
Okay, well, they're
yeah, I'm Jennifer Mewis, but I only raised my hand just to get in line. I'm gonna ask during parent question. I'm not a staff member. Thank you.
Good. Thank you very much for making me feel a little better, because I thought I knew most of the names of staff members, so I was feeling guilty. Ms. Patel.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, Hethel Patel, second grade teacher from Forest Grove Elementary School. I write this today, not speaking for all teachers, but just from my own experience. I know your job is extremely difficult. You are responsible to the community who elect you and the students, teachers, and staff you employ. I don't envy you on the task to reopen schools safely. I've been a teacher for many years. I've served on the PTA and sent both my kids to PG schools. I would say I am committed to education. Before COVID, we spent more time at Forest Grove than at home. At the start of the year, I felt like I was being asked to teach in a new language, except it was called distance learning. All my years of being a dedicated teacher left me in tears and working countless hours just to make it work. The learning curve was definitely steep for all. Then something happened. About 2 months in, I understood some of the language and spoke it a little bit. I became a pandemic teacher. Words like Zoom, asynchronous, Padlet, eSpark, Seesaw, Google Forms, Google Sheets, and much more were now a part of my dialect. This year, my students have learned and grown a lot. My current classroom has students thriving in this environment. They are finally in a classroom, a virtual one, where they can hear their teacher uninterrupted deliver their detailed lessons. A place where they can receive one-on-one attention on and off all day. Also a place for students to interact with one another. The resilience of our youth is simply outstanding. They have successfully ridden the wave with us. I often tell them they are the true superheroes. For those who think children aren't learning, they are. Believe it or not, teachers are resilient as well. And through all of this, we have actually been flexible enough to figure out very effective and engaging ways to not only keep our students engaged throughout the day, but decrease the loss of learning that folks deeply fear. I'd like to share some things about distance learning that have made me a better teacher. This is what good educators do. We adapt because failing students is something we will not allow to happen. We work ridiculously long hours, we build on connections and content, and create fun through Brady Bunch screens. Now, as we embark on our new adventure, I ask that we have some time and most importantly, support of our community, as we did in the fall. The time for the staff to dig into an entirely new language called hybrid. This new language has been discussed at the admin level many times, and I truly thank them for all their work. But now it's time for the frontline doers to figure out how to make a seamless transition for students. The current distance learning program was developed in the summer. We worked out the kinks and developed a very successful one. Now we are changing the language of education again, only we don't have the luxury of the summer. We've been busy teaching DL, doing report cards, trying to help one another find vaccines, and much more. We need at least a few days to meet with our grade level teams to work on integrating a hybrid DL program and to set up COVID-safe rooms that we can function in. We have been asked and have delivered something never imagined before in the history of education. We are now asking the board and community to support us again in our time of distress as you did in the fall.
Ms. Patel,
Oh,
just a
yes.
few more seconds, please.
Oh, I was just going to say thank you for listening and for your dedication.
Oh, perfect timing. Thank you so very, very much.
Mr. Path, if this is Mr. Garcia, if I could speak, please.
Yes, go ahead.
Lito Garcia, principal, Pacific Grove High School and Community High School. This last Tuesday, we finalized our mid-cycle WASC visitation. And there are 4 things that I'd like to bring forward that came out of that visitation. One, the tremendous work that Larry Hagquist did in writing our mid-cycle report, greatly appreciated. And then the WASC committee themselves brought forward 3 groups to highlight. One, our teachers. And the comment that was brought forward by the visiting committee was their passion. 2, our paraeducators and special education aides for their work with students and their support of the teachers. And 3, our counselors. Our student group highlighted our counselors for their support, for their interest in their futures, and the visit was very successful, and it's all due to those individuals. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Porras, if there are other staff members who have the ability to raise hands, please let me know.
Very good. If they're co-hosts, they cannot. So if you'd like to invite any of the administrators who are co-hosts who would wish to speak, you need to ask them to just go ahead and click on.
Okay, I would say that anyone who's a co-host, if you.
I'm also watching the screen, President Paff, just to see if anyone is waving their hand, and I see nobody.
Perfect. Thank you all so very much. We will move on to individuals desiring to address the board. Public comments on any item of interest to the public within the board's jurisdiction will be heard. The board will limit comments to no more than 3 minutes for each agenda or non-agenda item, and a total time for public input on each item is 20 minutes pursuant to Board Policy 9323. Public comment will also be allowed on each specific action item prior to board action thereon. This meeting of the Board of Education is a business meeting of the board conducted in public. Please note the Brown Act limits the board's ability to respond to public comment. We may choose to direct items to administration for action or place an item on a future agenda. As I noted in the last meeting, what this really comes down to in part is it's 3 minutes, 20 minutes max, unless we agree to go a little further. And we will not really answer questions from the DS here, even if it's virtual. With that, also note that very shortly after our consent agenda, we have an action item on the reopening, and primarily we will take discussion there on both reopening hybrid, but it's primarily for the date of reopening. So if you have a comment on that, I'd ask that you hold it to that point in time. With that, we are open for public comment. Ms. Mewis.
Hi, well, you just said you wanted us to hold our questions. I have 3 and I'm not sure if they all fall under, the reopening. I guess, let me see, 1, 2 does. So I'll ask those 2 later and I'll ask this one now. So first and foremost, thanks to everybody, the staff and the board and administration and the families and everybody. Really appreciate, everything everyone's doing. My question is regarding the survey that was sent out. Personally, I found it really challenging to be able to express and communicate the information that's being asked. Specifically, and there could be really good reasons for that. But specifically the way that it was constructed, maybe it was just like the same one that was sent out initially. And so
We lost her speaker.
She's muted.
Yeah.
Hang on a second. I'll ask her to unmute again.
Thank you. I'll hold her time for a moment.
okay, I'm here, but I'm not sure where I got muted.
You were talking about the survey and
Okay.
construction.
Well, I'll just go over it again. Anyway, I found it difficult because maybe the question was just being pulled from like a survey earlier that was sent out, in the beginning of the year, and maybe it was much more relevant and appropriate. At this time, I personally found it difficult, in terms of, thinking of methods of research and, having a good survey to get the information right. So this particular question says, quote, which of the following models of instruction is your preferred option? Asterisk, please note, if you want to have your student remain with your child's current teacher, choose the method of instruction that matches your teacher's anticipated assignment. And then it gives 2 options, full distance learning or hybrid. That question has 2 questions in one, and it does not give our school community the ability to actively or accurately reflect what's, really we're being asked, and so that's difficult for me because for one's the distance learning. For the other kid, the teacher's not. And I want my child to stay with their teacher because the teacher is the education. The relationship is so important. And we have just now, after a year, finally had the chance to gain momentum and rhythm. And to disrupt that during the year anniversary of a pandemic, which has been traumatic for the entire world, basically, I just think I don't think that would be the best situation for many people, but it certainly doesn't give us an opportunity to actually give you the information you're asking. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mewis. Mr. Mountier.
Good evening, President Paff, Dr. Porras, and members of the board. I'm just jumping on real quick to make a brief announcement. I'm with the Pacific Grove Chamber of Commerce, and we're putting on a little socially distanced drive-by birthday acknowledgement and celebration for Mr. Richard Stillwell on March 17th from 4 to 6 p.m. He'll be at his residence at the corner of Jewel and Cedar Street, and we're inviting members of the public to simply drive by, stay in their cars, and wish him happy birthday. He's a tremendous asset to our community, and he's been very active in a number of beloved community events that I'm sure we all miss, including the Fun in the Park and the Good Old Days and some others. And it's just a chance for anyone who knows Richard or has worked with him in the past or appreciates some of his contributions to the community to say hi and wish him a happy birthday. So I just wanted to share that with you all and members of the public, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mountier. Ms. Fletcher.
Hi, I had a quick question. I just wanted to see if the summer school program was going to be available this year.
Thank you for the question, Dr. Porras. Would you make a note of that, please? And see if we can get back to her on that. Thank you.
Thank you.
The Platt family. Is this Chris?
There we go. I think I'm unmuted. Is that working?
Yes.
All right, great. So I want to comment a couple of things that I heard. Families' need for information and communication. I think we need more than that. We need our kids to be back in school. I really do. The staff that is at the middle school, that is so awesome. Thank you all so much. That is wonderful what you were doing. It's getting to the point where I've considered telling my son to just stop doing his homework, so maybe then he can get sent back to school. I know, Mr. Roach, it hurts. I know I shouldn't say that out loud. Anyways, I just kind of want to reframe how I see this whole situation. It's kind of a prelude to the conversation that's going to happen later. The teachers union advocates for teachers. That's their job. Good on them. Parents, it's our job to advocate for our students. And we do that by entrusting trustees to forward our children's education, what's best for them. I would challenge for anybody that wants to do some research while they're waiting for that later conversation. Can anyone present any science that our kids should not be back in school full time? There are thousands of schools across America open, and they are doing just great. For teachers that made comments at the last meeting that they'd feel more comfortable if they had both their shots. And so we're going to structure a plan around that. I understand that fear. It's a very real thing. I have people in my life that if they get it, they're pretty much guaranteed dead. But at the same time, when the science says, no, you shouldn't be in school, I mean, the kids should be in school, then they're scared of the boogeyman. So I don't know what to tell you. If you're scared of the boogeyman, the kids bringing their backpack, you should probably not be a teacher at that point. Ms. Patel, the kids are learning. That is great. I'm glad that you're having a wonderful experience with that. I just want to share a couple of statistics from something that came out 2 days ago, Fair Health, where they analyzed 32 billion insurance claims. And they found some pretty striking things that mental health claim lines for individuals aged 13 to 18 as a percentage of all mental claim lines approximately doubled over the same months in the previous year. This is March and April of 2020 versus 2019. At the height of the spring wave of the COVID-19 pandemic, this rise in mental health claim lines amounted to 97% in March and 103.5% in April. They go through a couple of other bullet point statistics. It's a very interesting study. I suggest y'all look at it. It's Fair Health is the name of the organization. I think Google can help you find it. Claim lines for intentional self-harm as a percentage of all medical claim lines in the 13 to 18 age group increased 90.71% year over
Mr.
year.
Platt, just a few more seconds, please.
All right, great. Well, so Yeah, it's good that Ms. Patel's kids are learning, but statistically, the science says our kids need to be back in school. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Platt. Ms. Rodolph. Steve. Hi, Steve.
Hey, so obviously not Carly. Carly happens to be the only one in our house. Whoa. So wait, there we go. Carly is a competent one with the computer. So I didn't try not to mess with anything. I just briefly wanted to interject. I was speaking with one of your staff members the other day who pointed out that often you don't hear some of the things that I was telling this person. And so I just wanted to chime in and say that I have a middle schooler and a high schooler for whom distance learning is going reasonably well. I'd say that your teachers this year have done a fantastic job. I know it's a very different environment, as Ms. Patel said, and so I just wanted to express some appreciation for that. The other thing I wanted to throw out there, two more things. One is you all as board members, I realize that you may have other things to do, and this year has probably sucked down a tremendous amount of your time and energy, and you've had some really tough things to wrangle with, and I appreciate that. And the last thing I apparently forgot. Okay, at any rate, I remember what it was. I wanted to also thank you as board members for continuing to fund music education and some of the other electives, even though I understand the budgets are tight. So that's it for me. I just wanted to throw some positive comments your way.
Thank you very much. Ms. Weston.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to pop on and say, well, it was right on the lines of Mr. Platt's conversation. I have a son who is in the 2nd grade at Robert Down, who's an only child and split between 2 homes, which is great. It's always worked for us. We have a great co-parenting plan. However, today was my son's first day back in the classroom at the BASRP program. He was one of those children that had tried it out. So he did his first full day today from 8:30 until 2. And his complete demeanor was the best we have seen in such a long time. We are just so happy. We really hope this program stays. And I hope the school can really wrap their brains around the possibility that it's going to be okay if we open up. I know nobody can promise that, but I've had some really challenging times, and I've worked with the principal and trying to figure out how in the best interest of my child would this work out. And my son is very liquid, and I think all children will be. Some parents are so fixated on staying with one teacher. We've adored all our teachers at Robert Down. They're fantastic. I think the board on both sides, I don't even know any of your guys' names. I'm looking going, I don't know anybody on here, but the superintendents, I don't care what district you're at. We have had a very good time on homeschool. My son has learned a lot. His first day back in the classroom today, behavioral wise in my home, in this household, has been life-changing. And then I got an email saying that the lady that was teaching or instructing that BASRP might be leaving. I'm nervous and I'm very sad because I know there's other families in our boat. I know it's scary. I have a medical background. I'm just a chiropractor. That probably doesn't mean much in my community. I get that. I go, but I'll tell you what, we have immune systems and we have healthy people. And this was the best day I have seen. Some very happy kids. And, you know, I know it's hard on you teachers, and I wish we could triple your raises or do fundraising or something. And it's very scary and it's very hard. And it was hard for me because honestly, I would have loved to stay on homeschool and do my own thing and work from home, but that wasn't in my son's best interest. I'm not a teacher. That's not I can't do that. And I'm embarrassed to say that. And we need our teachers. And I just feel like the community, we're in a tough point. I'm going to get off really quick, but we're in a tough life-changing choice. Either the school's open, and I don't care how, like we're so liquid. My son is so liquid. He will see any teacher and love them all and respect them all. But it is very hard for him to learn in this environment because there's so many distractions. And we have a loving, great home, but he's so distracted and I'm his mom. and his friend sometimes. I'm not his teacher. I don't get treated like a teacher should. And that's been dampening our relationship as long as his father as well. So my last final words, you guys have been amazing, not only with the homeschool. I scored Miss Johnson. My God, we love her. We have nothing but good things to say on both ends, but having that program open where
Ms.
some kids
Weston,
tried was life-changing, and the schools need to open, you guys. It was
Ms. West-
amazing to watch those faces. I'm serious. That's
Ms.
all I have
Weston,
to say, and thank you.
thank you so very much. Very briefly, I'd like to take the next two speakers, and that'll bring us board to just about 20 minutes. But I did get a message here. Mr. Keller needed to clarify something very briefly. Mr. Keller?
Yes, thank you, President Pat. Dr. Brown, thank you so much for your kind words for my staff and for our program that's open this week. We love your kid. Just to clarify, it is not a BASRP program. It is a program being run through the BASRP room. Currently, it is a distance learning support program. We have it both at Robert Down and at Forest Grove currently. And again, it's students working on their distance learning curriculum and getting support by a new team member here at Robert Down. The second thing, the email that I sent that we need to replace our BASRP lead, that's Jill Houston. And she unfortunately and fortunately went to Pacific Grove High School as their new office manager. And we're very proud of her. Thank you so much.
Mr. Keller, thank you so very much. We will move on to Ms. Guthrie. It's apparently not Ms. Weston's, but thank you for your comments.
Thank you. I would like to just express my desire to have some certainty around vaccinations. Our household has, it's me who is immunocompromised, and my husband has been able to be vaccinated because he works in a district in another county. But I have not yet, living in Monterey County. And so I would like, as far as timing goes, I would love to see my children back in school. However, children are known to be asymptomatic carriers. So they could just spread it on. And so I would like either some sort of movement towards, pressing the county for the teachers to get vaccinated, all the teachers, maybe all the students, not even just for myself, because I'm not a teacher, but, can we get teachers at the front of the line for vaccinations and children too, I suppose. That's all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Ms. Guthrie, thank you so very much. Dr. Porras, I think you will end up responding to that question in your normal practice here. So, Ms. Braden.
Good evening, President Papp and Dr. Porras and all of the board members. I appreciate your time. So while there are a few positives due to this pandemic, one regarding this meeting would be that we would be inclusive to the idea that when the tiers lower and we possibly meet in person, that we would remain with at least the availability for the Zoom to be a part of the content. I'm a single mom that multitasks during these meetings that last for hours, and I have valued my participation in them because I have been able to do that. So I'm hoping that in the future, that the one positive that has been drawn from this is that there are probably far more people, parents, and contributors to how we take into consideration our children, their education, and their valued participation in what will be ultimately this community that grows, that inclusiveness for all of those that can possibly be involved in this would remain. So I hope that we would still allow that outlet for the Zoom to be part of in-person if we decide to do that, or even if we just continue to do Zooms, that it is valued for me and my family to be able to tune in and be a part of this. And I appreciate all of that efforts that have been made by having everybody also here throughout, I mean, because these meetings just go on for hours and hours. So I would appreciate that in the future if the board looks on so fondly. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ms. Braden. Here, I don't have to redirect to Dr. Porras. That is a future action already. Thank you very much. With that, I have no other hands from the public raised, and we are almost exactly at 20 minutes, just a little bit over. So it is, we will close that particular item and move to Mariana Zolin and Mr. Garcia, principal at the high school. This is a presentation on Diversifier narrative, which is an approach, well, I should be quiet. Lito?
Right, thank you. This evening, we're going to have a brief update and presentation from several members, several students who are members of Diversify Our Narrative. And the president, Mariana Zolin, will lead the presentation with support from Amelia Rodolph, Abdi Jadeja, and Laurel Bowen. So we'll need to unmute them, and if they can also turn on their cameras, that will help us.
Mr. Garcia, you can unmute them as well. So if you see the names, just use the search selector and you can find them that way.
Working through that right now.
And we can do that, I think, as Mariana begins, if you want.
Yeah, Mariana, are you unmuted at this time?
Yeah, I'm ready to go.
Okay, and we'll get to everybody else too. We'll keep working on it. So if you'd like to begin.
Of course. Okay. Hi, everyone. I'm Mariana Zolin. I'm a junior at Pacific Grove High School, and I'm the district lead for Pacific Grove's Diversifier narrative. I guess I'll just go on ahead. Everyone else will introduce themselves once we get them unmuted. Diversifier narrative is essentially a student-led nationwide organization which demands diverse anti-racist texts in our schools. This campaign was founded by two Stanford students, Jasmine Nguyen and Caitlin Zhao, who believed in the power of the public school system to enact long-lasting institutional change that is instrumental in the fight for justice and equality. And at Diversifier Narrative, our goal is to educate students on systemic injustices, provide resources on how to be actively anti-racist, and properly represent and amplify a diverse student body. And we believe that the first step in tackling racism in schools is through diversifying the literature that we consume. I recently presented about Diversifier Narrative at the Monterey County Office of Education's All In for Equity Conference as the closing keynote speaker. I mainly focused on the importance of our work and how reading diverse literature is fundamental in the unlearning of casual racism and sexism. I was also interviewed by Voices of Monterey for an article about our chapter of Diversifier Narrative. And I essentially went over the importance of diversification, as well as the wonderful support and efforts received by our amazing faculty. Next, we should be hearing from Laurel.
Yeah, hi guys. I'm Laurel Lane Bowen. I'm a senior at PG High, and I'm in the Department of Research, specifically leading the LGBTQ+ and sexual education aspect of our chapter. At school, we've seen lots of diversification of both literature and curriculum in general. Psychology has done an outstanding job in discussing and including supplementary learning about the scientific accomplishments of women who are often overlooked in the STEM subjects. The curriculum also made great efforts in teaching women and queer issues. In the unit about sexuality, we were given supplementary videos going a bit more in depth on the problems with how sexuality is taught for and about women, and provided ways to change that narrative in the future. We also noticed a big change in language that was much more inclusive in the classroom, and which is unlike a lot of the language used in our text, which made a much more comfortable environment for the students. The department opened discussion to the students, allowing them to share their experiences and give a better look into some aspects of female and queer peers. The art department has also reached out after our faculty presentation this past December and redirected the focus of their 3D design final project to cultures that are ostracized and rarely studied in depth at school, as well as making contemporary social justice issues a focus of their 2D design printmaking unit.
Thank you,
Hi,
Laurel.
oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, Amelia.
Okay. Hi, my name's Amelia, and I'm part of the outreach department of PGHS DON. And the English department has also taken steps to diversify its curriculum. For example, in AP Lang, students read Toni Morrison's Beloved and then engaged in a thorough discussion of the book's themes and how they persist into the present day through generational trauma and racism. The Honors English 2 class includes multiple books by authors of color that discuss many themes of discrimination. Outside of the classroom, DON has been organizing online book club meetings. For our first meeting, we discussed The Joy Luck Club by Amy Tan, and we plan to host a discussion of The Color Purple by Alice Walker in the near future. As Laurel mentioned with psychology, PGHS science teachers have been working to highlight the achievements of women and people of color in STEM. For example, the Earth and Space class discussed multiple Black scientists for Black History Month. Our DON chapter hopes to expand our influence in STEM curriculum and provide more resources for science teachers in the future. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Abdi. I'm a junior at PGHS, and I'm also in outreach. We currently have plans to ensure diverse literature in lower grades. We have a list of books for elementary and middle school level readers, which we've shared with Forest Grove and Robert Down librarians. Our mandate for middle school is actually the same as the high school, with at least one author of color per grade. While we have continued to make outreach efforts directly with admin, other Diversifier narrative chapters have obtained this mandate via a school board vote, actually.
Right, and that concludes our student presentation for this evening.
Terrific. Thank you, Mr. Garcia, Ms. Solon, Ms. Bowen, Ms. Rodolph, Ms. Yaheda. I apologize if I've mispronounced you. I really appreciate you guys coming and joining us today. I appreciate the input, and frankly, since we talked about this last fall, it sounds like you have made some strides and put some stuff in place along the task that you're looking to do. And really thank you for that. Certainly, you know, where it can come in easily and readily, I am thankful that you are there to point that out. So with that, I move to other board members. We will start with Ms. Swanson. We will not start with Ms. Swanson. We'll start with Mr. Swanson. Brian, you there?
I am here. I think I'm my video's working, and I just really appreciate the presentation. When I first saw this come up this past fall and had heard we might get a presentation on it, I was really looking forward to it. You're all doing necessary, vital, and important work, and I hope that the membership grows, and I fully support what you're doing. I think it's fantastic. I could go on, but just suffice to say, it's fantastic and very important, and I'm glad you're out there doing it. Thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you very much. Ms. Dawson.
Yes, I was fortunate enough to attend the Monterey County Office of Ed diversity workshop, so I got to see Mariana perform, and it was impressive. It's always wonderful for us on the board to get to see students, even though everything we do is about students. We don't always get to see you. So to have such wonderful voices share where you're making an impact and where your passion lies, thank you so much for being with us tonight, and keep up the good work.
Thank you very much. Mr. Walton.
Thanks, John. Thanks to Lido and the students, especially the students. It's great to see the students drive this. I got to see a presentation by the students early on, and we're really impressed by it. I grew up all over the U.S., and diversity is just such an important thing, and it's great to see this idea that we need to create a more diverse set of books, history books, literature for the students to get different perspectives from. And I'm just really supportive of it. And I hope we can hear more about it in the future. And really am happy to have heard about it tonight.
John, thank you very much. We'll go back to Ms. Swanson.
Thank you, President Paff. I'm able to unmute myself now, so thank you for coming back to me. Ladies, thank you for presenting tonight. I think that your level of public speaking skills over Zoom is remarkable. And I also attended the All In for Equity that our seminar that our County Office of Education put together, and I was so impressed with you, Mariana, at your keynote speech. And all I kept thinking when you were speaking as a trustee was, how can we help you further this project? So if as a group you have an idea for that, please submit a future agenda item to Ralph, or I think straight to Ralph. You can CC us as the board, but I'd like to hear more about how we can support you all. And that's it.
Thank you, Ms. Swanson. And I just want to back up here a little bit and thank you all again. You know, it is pretty astonishing that in a short period you have affected the items that you mentioned tonight. So, Mr. Garcia, back to you.
No further comments. That does conclude our presentation as requested.
Thank you very much. Gabby, do you have any comments?
You did.
I'm getting her right now.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Sorry, I couldn't unmute myself. But no, I really enjoyed the presentation. Obviously, I go to school with a lot of these ladies, but I've heard a lot about the work they're doing, and I really appreciate it. And I'm looking forward to see how it grows, even though myself and then I know Laura won't be here to see it ourselves, but looking forward to it.
Thank you all very much. And with that, we will conclude that presentation. That's not the first presentation via Zoom, but I think it's one of the first student presentations. So thank you all very much. We'll move on to our consent agenda. Board, I'm hoping we have had an opportunity to review this in a little bit in advance. Items under consent are considered either routine or having been discussed at prior meetings, and there's no discussion unless a member of the board requests specific items be pulled from consent. Each item of the consent agenda approved by the board shall be deemed to have been considered in full and adopted as recommended. Going around quickly, Brian, anything on consent?
Nothing that I need to pull.
Christy?
Nothing for me, thank you.
John?
Nothing for me.
Carolyn?
No, nothing for me, but I did want to mention we've got a hand up left over from the presentation prior.
Oh, thank you very much. That's Audrey's iPhone. We will come back to Audrey in just a moment on that. Platt family, do you have sorry, we'll just go to public comment on this. I have nothing on that other than to note item K, approval permit facilities use permits to the city of Pacific Grove. This was an ongoing contract where we allowed outside use, and we have a contract and a joint agreement with the city of Pacific Grove to allow each other to use facilities. And this is actually outside starting in early March. So we're already seeing some opening within the city and the use of our facilities. Audrey, we'll go to public comment. Audrey.
I've asked her to. I've already asked her.
Still muted.
It's not responding.
Okay, Platt family, you have a comment on consent?
No, I had a comment on the presentation about Diversifier narrative.
Yes.
That was a very good presentation. Those are some impressive students there. It's really cool to see them getting so much action through. Unfortunately, I just wanted to point out, I'd like this is more a public service announcement for any other parents that might be listening. There's some stuff in that curriculum that when you hear, first of all, letting children demand curriculum is an interesting way to structure things. But when you hear the word anti-racist, it's code for critical race theory, and critical race theory is the son of critical legal theory or daughter, and which is descended from critical theory, which is a Marxist analysis of society that everybody has to be viewed either oppressor or oppressed. We can't be colorblind; it's racist. Just total relativism, which language doesn't accord to an objective reality, but it's an instrument of power dynamics. I was raised to not see people by color. It was pretty cool. I think we were at kind of a sweet spot. I know not all of America was like that, but growing up here in PG, everybody of every color, we could all be friends, and it didn't matter. And now our children are being taught to divide everything by race and victimization, and creating victim classes condescending to just about every minority group. And it's really sad to see. We should study Black scientists year round because they're great scientists, not necessarily because they're Black. They should not be excluded because they're Black. They should just be studied because they're great scientists year round. We should be learning about Frederick Douglass year round, not just in February. But to call it anti-racist does not make it anti-racist.
Thank you, Mr. Platt. We will move back to Audrey, if she is there, and then move on to Ms. Vieira.
Still no response, Mr. President.
Okay, we'll move on to Ms. Vieira.
Hi, hello. My name is Thomas Vieira, not Rosanna Vieira. My daughter is a second grader at Robert Down. My question is completely unemotional, bipartisan, and probably could be answered by yes or no. On the Pacific Grove Unified School District website, you guys have bargaining agreements that were mutually agreed upon on July 24th, 2020, signed by district rep on August 4th and signed by negotiations team on August 3rd. Is there a current bargaining agreement that would support teachers and students going back to school in person in any form or fashion on April 19th or sooner?
Well, Dr. Porras, I think you should take that as a question. You may end up discussing that under a COVID discussion in a few minutes anyway. So thank you, Mr. Vieira.
Thank you.
We have Mr. Hagquist, Dr. Hagquist.
Still muted.
He's, I've asked him to unmute.
All right. Hello, everybody. I'd like to just make a brief comment in response to the Diversifier narrative presentation. I just want to I just have the good fortune of having all 4 of those wonderful students in my classes. And I just want to let you know that I'm super proud of you and the work that you're doing. And I was reminded of Langston Hughes's poem, Theme for English B. And in that poem, he says, as I learn from you, Professor, I suppose you learn from me. That's American. And I've learned so much from you. And I hope that you all understand that learning is a two-way process. It's just been wonderful. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Hagquist. Well, now we can go to Dr. Hazen.
I was wondering if I was going to get that nom and the moniker as well, but I just wanted to also comment on how amazing that presentation was. And I'm happy that some people were able to grow up with relative peace here in Pacific Grove, but to assume that racism is a problem that has been solved and that children in our own community, they're trying to solve this issue is a bad thing, just frankly sickens me. So thank you very much for your presentation. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Hazen. To hell with it. Thank you, Elliot. Okay. So we come back. public comment on the consent agenda? I see no hands raised. Do I have a motion to accept the consent agenda as presented?
I move that we accept the consent agenda as it appears.
I second it.
Thank you very much. Motion was made by Christy Dawson, seconded by Carolyn Swanson. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Paff,
Aye.
trustee Brian Swanson,
Aye.
trustee Dawson,
Aye.
trustee Carolyn Swanson,
Aye.
trustee Walton,
Aye.
student advisory.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will move on to public hearing. We have two public hearings and action discussion today. They are routine in that we go through them with every contract. They are not routine in that they touch on different subjects depending upon what the bargaining unit and what the district feels are necessary to bargain in good faith. If you look at the PGTA Sunshine List, that is available on page 83, I believe, of our text. Dr. Porras, do you want to go through this at all, or up to you?
No, Mr. President, this is provided to you by PGTA. It comes through us. So if there are any specific questions, we would need to pass those along to bargaining unit president if available. But otherwise, it looks to be detailed in the item there.
I agree with that. Board, it is a sunshine list, so we bring it forth knowing these are the items people wish to discuss during negotiations, but it doesn't say anything about the end results or what's being asked. So I'll very quickly start with Ms. Dawson. Any concerns, questions on that sunshine list?
Not at this time, thank you.
John?
Not at this time.
Ms. Swanson?
None, thank you.
Mr. Swanson?
None at this time, thank you.
Gabrielle?
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you, though.
Okay, we'll move to public comment. This is a public hearing. I have opened the public hearing. Any public comment on the public hearing items? I see no hands. Brian, do you see any actual waves?
I see no one waving or drowning. We're good.
Hopefully not drowning. Thank you very much. With that, I close the public hearing. Thank you very much. Board, I'm not going to go around unless somebody speaks up now, but the exact same item requires approval of us. It is a sunshine list again, so it's about discussion points, not about end results. So I'll give it a minute. Any other further questions, speak up now, please. Okay, I see hands, head shaking and no hands. With that, do I have a motion to approve the PGTA Association Sunshine List for 2020-2021?
Also move.
Second.
Motion was made by Brian Swanson, seconded by Christy Dawson. Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Paff,
Aye.
trustee Brian Swanson,
Aye.
trustee Dawson,
Aye.
trustee Carolyn Swanson,
Aye.
trustee Walton,
Aye.
student advisory.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. PGTA representatives on board, thank you very much for the presentation of your sunshine list. And we look forward to continued amicable conversations about it. Moving on to public hearing 2. This is the same item. This is the Pacific Grove Unified School District Sunshine List listed on page 88. Dr. Porras, is there anything on there you wish to comment about?
I do not, unless you want to call on lead negotiator, Mr. Rogaman. We have nothing to add narrative wise.
Okay, I will call on Mr. Rogaman but he can certainly decline simply.
President Pep, I think that our items are pretty clearly stated on the board document. If there are any questions that need to be clarified, I'm happy to do so.
I have no questions. We'll start with Mr. Walton. Any questions?
No questions for me.
Ms. Swanson. Thank you, John.
No questions.
Thank you, Carolyn. Mr. Swanson.
Nah, all good. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Ms. Dawson.
None at this time, thank you.
Ms. Giraldo.
No questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll open up for public comment. I see no hands. Anybody see waves? Okay, we'll move forward. That was public hearing. It is opened and closed. Thank you very much. We'll move immediately to the same action item as before, approval of the PGUSD PGTA negotiation sunshine list from the district. Speak up now if you have anything further to add. Hearing nothing, do I have a motion to accept this list?
So moved.
Make a motion to accept.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll take that as Ms. Dawson moving and Ms. Swanson seconding. Thank you all. Could we have a roll call vote, please?
Trustee Paff,
Aye.
trustee Brian Swanson,
Aye.
trustee Dawson,
Aye.
trustee Carolyn Swanson,
Aye.
trustee Walton,
Aye.
student advisory.
Aye.
Thank you.
Passes 5-0. Thank you all very much. And again, PGTA and our negotiators, I look forward to more information based on these discussion points. So thank you all very much. Action discussion. Now we go to where we expect to be for a while. District update on response to COVID-19 opening plans, reopening plans. I'm going to introduce this ever so slightly. Last meeting was the 19th, or I'm sorry, was the 18th of February. Between the 10th and the 18th of February, a number of kind of major items occurred. On the 10th, there was a presentation put out that said that school districts are not, in fact, based on hard data, COVID spreaders, and that masks and essentially routine, not extraordinary, but routine cleanliness factors are more than sufficient. This is based on data that is both local from a woman in Santa Cruz who put together a 90-minute presentation for various counties. But also, if you go back a little bit further into January, there's a massive North Carolina study that came out on January 3rd. Unfortunately, by January 6th, we were all paying attention to something else. On the 12th, the CDC presented new guidelines. They really say the same thing. They follow the science, which says we are significantly changed from where we were last March. In March, we didn't know. And we took what we felt was the safest possible action at that time, which was to close buildings. And in fact, that was the right decision at that point in time. CDC comes out with new guidelines. On the 16th, the state of California comes out with new guidelines. We are off. So the next possible time we have any meeting is after our break from the 15th, 16th, 17th on the 18th. And we are presented data and what we knew, but frankly, that data is basically 2 weeks behind at that point in time. So a whole lot happened between the 10th and the 18th in our board meeting. So this is coming back to revisit some of the information that, quite frankly, was out of date even on the 18th. With that, I pass over to Dr. Porras.
Thank you, Mr. President. Am I coming across okay? Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I have a slideshow. I'm going to try to go through it pretty rapidly, but tried to put together all of the pieces that are most relevant to the conversation this evening. I typically do this summary verbally, but wanted to go through some of the changes because Senate Bill 86, for those of you who have been following, today, actually this afternoon, passed the California legislature and is on the governor's desk for signature, which is he's likely to pass. These are revisions to the original school reopening bill that has been coming and going back and forth across the aisles for quite a bit of time. So I want to go over the major changes with those and a few other items, and then return it back to Mr. President for the discussion tonight, which was mostly to revisit the time that we would go to in-person learning from hybrid to hybrid. So basically, Senate Bill 86 in a nutshell. And I'm taking these notes directly from the release from Senator Laird and what you can find on the governor's webpage as of now. So these are mostly all quotes. The deal does not force schools to reopen, but does provide incentives to do so. So this is an incentive-based bill, as it always has been. Currently, the incentives have changed. At this point, there's $2 billion to go into more in-person instruction and $4.6 billion statewide for more academic intervention programs and learning time. And I'll get into what that means in just a moment. The California Department of Ed notifies school districts of their total apportionment 15 days after the bill. So we'll know how much money we would have. All schools are eligible, including basic aid districts. It essentially will be on a per pupil basis. So we will know what that allocation is. And the idea is everybody gets the money and then you start losing it as you move into disqualification categories. It's kind of how it's going to be allocated to everyone. I do want to just note, if you see the term LEA, I tried to catch that as much as I could. That refers to local education agency. For our purposes, it's our school district. ADA is average daily attendance. School districts will receive half the funding in May and the other half in August. And that's what we've heard so far. We believe that will be the allocation process. The eligibility for these incentive funds are noted on the screen. In order to be eligible, school districts must provide in-person instruction by April 1st. This includes the ability to gain partial funding all the way through May 15. So it's a sliding scale. Essentially, every day that you do not provide instruction, you lose a percentage of that total funding. Schools must provide continuous in-person instruction to be eligible for these funds through the end of the school year in order to maintain this compliance. And if the school district fails in that charge, will not be eligible for any apportionments under this grant. Again, these are incentive grants, not a mandate. The in-person instruction is defined actually in legislature now in this bill. And it includes a hybrid setting. And again, this is quoting from the bill. It means instruction under the immediate physical supervision and control of certificated employee of the local education agency, the school district, while engaged in educational activities required of the pupil. And so the important part here is the immediate physical supervision. So this is students in the classroom. The tiering system has kind of waxed and waned. They're now leaning back on that system again pretty heavily. There are the case rates that you can see from deep purple down to yellow. And there are restrictions, obviously, in those tiers. The deep purple was the most limiting, and essentially the only groups that can be allowed on campus in person are the support cohort groups. This is something that Mr. Keller mentioned a little bit earlier today. These are students that qualify under different intervention specialized target groups that can come back. Our county currently is in the purple, the next one down. And according to the incentive grants, we would need to offer in-person instruction hybrid to the prioritized student cohorts as above, as well as TK through grade 2 in that tier. When the county moves to red, then orange, then yellow, by the incentive grant, we would have to offer instruction to prioritize cohorts, the first group, TK all the way through. In the statute, it says grade 6, for us it's grade 5, and then one full grade above, inclusive for us anyway, grade 6. So that would be one whole grade somewhere in the secondary. I do want to make a notation in the footer. Currently, as of the Tuesday rate, and then as of today, we're looking at a 10.1 adjusted case rate. It was 18.4 a week ago. The magic number in terms of moving into the red is the 7. So we're moving fairly rapidly in our county, and we'll probably see that case rate change in this next week as vaccinations have started in the profession. A couple other thoughts about in-person instruction that are in the bill that relate to us. I want to note that our school district, the safety plan has at this point not been found to be deficit. Therefore, it is approved. It's kind of a weird way they've done it, but basically no news is good news. They're not sending you a letter to say that it's approved. They're just simply saying, if you don't hear from us, then you're good. It's an 8-day pattern. So by today, we had needed to know if there were deficits. We have not heard that. So our COVID safety plan as of today is approved by the local and state agencies. And again, just a huge shout out to Director Kelly, his staff, and of course, everybody involved. A huge amount of work, and I'm glad that that's in place now. That COVID safety plan has been on our website. It has been published for quite some time now. We will also make sure that the COVID checklist is now up onto the website tomorrow. Monterey County Schools, under the California Department of Public Health guidelines, regardless of the incentive grants, just a reminder, TK through 5 or 6 may open with approved COVID safety plan when in the purple range. So we are essentially allowed to proceed as long as our safety plan is in place as it is. And then the secondary schools can open. The last that we heard was one day after the Tuesday announcement that we went into the red tier. Every Tuesday, the state puts out its announcement of what the cases are. And that's sort of the marker of when we can start. So we're watching out for that magic date. This is a reference to a comment that was made earlier today. All schools must offer distance learning option. That should read for this school year. At this point, we know nothing in regards to the next school year. All right. The prioritized pupil. This is the cohort groups that I mentioned earlier. The prioritized pupils are defined in statute as the following. You can see the list there. These are the students that we are asked to bring back in cohorting to help provide instruction. We do, as Ms. Patel mentioned, and I think it's worth noting, we have been teaching since the pandemic started almost a year ago now. Teachers have been teaching, students have been learning. We have not been out of school. It's just school has been done differently. So I do want to note that for these groups, we do have specialized cohorts now happening. They have been happening in the elementaries and the secondaries for a little bit of time now. We do have teachers who are teaching in person, support staff that are in person at our school sites and have been working with students in these cohort bases. They've been working really well. I've had a chance to visit, especially the opening when students arrive, and it's great to see. And we have learned a lot from how these students are learning and how we can function with students in our classrooms. So kudos to everybody involved with that. And it's working very well. Now, a couple of caveats that are included in AB 86 or SB 86 are both the same, Senate and Assembly. This is in regards to testing, COVID testing. In the purple tier only for the county, school districts are required to follow the California Department of Public Health testing cadence for all students and staff, unless grandfathered. This is the very important part. We are grandfathered as our COVID safety plan was submitted and approved prior to any other lockdown dates. So we are allowed, it's the third bullet there, I believe, we're allowed to follow the COVID-19 testing as noted in our safety plan, which is essentially a symptomatic testing cadence. The money that comes with the incentive grants will help to fund that particular testing strategy. We're going to hear more about testing in an action item later on today, but I wanted to make note that that is in place. Also, testing for red, orange, and yellow counties must be consistent with all local adopted plans. Again, our plan is approved. That plan can be found on the website. And Pacific Grove falls within this clause and uses symptomatic testing. Sorry, I repeated that. And the bill also retains the data reporting requirements and school closure information requirement. This is an important piece. We are required to maintain data on our students. When we find cases, COVID cases, whether it's student or teachers, we will have to report those to the county and track that information. So we will continue to do that as we get students on campus. At this point with our cohorts, we have not had a positive case that required a closure recently. However, the COVID safety plan does talk about what that would look like. So if there are any questions in regards to what happens if a school gets a positive case, I would encourage you to look into the safety plan. There are a great amount of detail there for you. In SB or AB 86, it is important to note, it's codified in this bill that there is no vaccination required to open schools. It reads, this section shall not be construed as inferring the vaccination of school staff or pupils is a prerequisite for providing in-person instruction. The governor wanted that highlighted, and it is part of the bill. Speaking of vaccines, we were notified this afternoon, just actually an hour and a half or so before this board meeting started, that the Safe Schools for All plan from the governor's office now includes a new metric. The metric is called the Vaccine Equity Metric. I can't give you too much details. I really haven't had a chance to research it quite just yet. Essentially, it's what's noted here. The thresholds for moving from one tier to the next will now also be affected by two goals of vaccine dosages. The first goal being when there's 2 million doses administered to persons living in the vaccine equity quartile. Basically, this is assessed statewide. The tiers will be affected, and then we'll go to the second goal for 4 million doses. Essentially, they're trying to track if once more doses are administered, the hope is that there will be less cases, and as a result, we will get into the red, orange, and yellow tiers more quickly as a result. They want to make sure that there's some kind of metric associated, and thus the vaccine equity metric. So I can provide more for that as I have a little more time to read up on it, but that's what we know as of 12 o'clock today. Someone asked on public comment regarding the vaccines for educators in Monterey County. A couple of things have happened this week. The first happened early on Monday, and there was some problems with the rollout, and all I can do is apologize for how that happened, though that wasn't the district's direction. We did have an education-only pod that was established by Montage Health in the effort to try and get educators vaccinated as quickly as possible. Montage Health really tried very hard to make this work well. It involved all of the schools, at least in our area, for the peninsula. That's including charters, privates, everybody. I think there was an estimation of about 4,000 school employees that Montage Health was trying to put into an education-only pod for sign-up. They only had 700 slots because there were only 700 doses available for that pod. The rollout didn't happen as well as we had hoped from their end. I do want to acknowledge and appreciate Montage, however, understanding there were issues and working very hard to fix it so that when the next education pod becomes available, it will be done more effectively, efficiently. And we do expect to have some other educator-only vaccination pods happening in the days to come. We will be hearing from Monterey County Office of Education when that happens. In the meantime, on March 3rd, the vaccinations for educators, agriculture, and childcare workers opened up. And as soon as that happened, we advertised information to all of our employees about where those locations can be found, where people can sign up. And we're working extremely hard to try to get all of our educators vaccinated as quickly as possible. I will say there was a glimmer of hope, especially this morning when we come to find, as just a response to emails, that a number of our staff were able to find CVS appointments. And CVS has done a tremendous job of getting a number of appointments available for educators, and want to appreciate their work. So we'll continue to advertise and provide information. This was done predominantly by our nurse, Katrina Powley, who did a phenomenal job and is continuing to track this information so that we can report to the county as required. You'll notice in the last bullet, we have to require the data to the county health department in regards to who has received a vaccine and basically what the progress is for that. And we'll do that as much as we can. So next. We were asked to help provide a little bit regarding what's going on with our neighboring districts. This is tricky at best. KSBW did provide an inclusive list. I will say that that list is changing every day. Sometimes we get information, sometimes we don't. What you see in front of you are the tentative dates that we were able to acquire for our neighboring districts, or the districts that probably look most like our school district, or at least are affected. Students in our area may be affected. As you can tell, there are a lot of to be determineds in there. The only two dates that were confirmed anywhere in the county that we could find by board action or direction are the two that you see, Pacific Grove and Carmel. Carmel is confirmed for March 8th to begin with their elementaries. Their secondaries do not have any decision yet, but they will be going to before the board in just a couple of days. And you can see the notations there of when boards will be discussing these things. As you can see for Pacific Grove, the target date that the board has direction on was April 19th. And we're here obviously today to talk a little bit more about that particular starting date. And a little bit more about our status. Again, these are just not, it's not everything, it's not inclusive, but it's kind of what we've been doing most recently. Elementary schools, we have surveys that were sent out to parents regarding hybrid and choice, and we have had some folks that have made contact with our administration at the sites with particular questions. I would encourage people to please continue to do that. That survey will be important for us in regards to how we move forward with our classes. Teachers have been assigned grade levels in hybrid or distance learning. Again, once we get the data from the survey, there may be some adjustments that we need to make. It's going to rely on the data that we get back. And finally, as was mentioned, a town hall was conducted. We put the follow-up FAQ questions already on the website so people can see what those questions are. And we'll kind of continue forward. For secondary schools, you can see what's happening there. We're looking to schedule our town halls. Schedules have already been created. Surveys have gone out. There is an FAQ that's available on the website of the sites as well as the district that has posted already some frequently asked question answers that we have been getting from the community. And in particular, is talking a little bit about what's going on with hybrid courses, what happened with Edmentum, that kind of thing. So you please take a look at those. I think there's some pretty detailed answers for you. And finally, in general, our maintenance department under the leadership of Director Kelly has been doing a really remarkable job in continuing to prepare our facilities. And based on the COVID safety plan, there's a work that we're still continuing to do and committed to doing. I will say in some cases, some of those preparations may not be visible because we have sort of a hold. For example, we didn't want to put out a lot of washing stations outside of the buildings over the last few months for fear that they might get vandalized or destroyed, and they weren't being used. So we were waiting until the appropriate time to get that taken care of. Everything will be put into place in time for the opening when that is decided. And finally, employee vaccinations are underway. And so we're looking forward to continuing with that work. And with that, Mr. President, all the staff and the site principals are our co-hosts and absolutely happy to answer any questions that you direct our way. I'll go ahead and turn this off and lead it back to you.
Very good. Thank you so very much. Could you go actually back to your slide pack, please?
I can. Well, which one do you need?
I think it's about number 3.
Okay, 1 second. We go right to the front to the start and come back. All right. There. Is that one?
Go back 1, please. Must provide in-person instruction by April 1, and then go forward a couple, please. Keep going. Oh, stop. Go back. So what I see here is something that's a little confusing to me and a little confusing based on information we had in February. At some point, the state said, if you reach a certain tier, it is no longer an option to not have elementary return to school. And my interpretation of that at the time, and again, this is, I want to say February 22nd's announcement from the state, but that the state actually is dictating that if we reach red, we must offer in person, and that's unrelated to funding. It's a must because. Is that a true statement, or am I misunderstanding what's been presented?
There, the AB 86 now provides may. It's not versus a must. There was a time where it was being discussed in the original AB 86 that there was a must in place. However, right now this is not a mandate. This is an incentive bill, and so being in the red tier is permissive. It allows us to open essentially everybody at that point.
Okay, so let's discuss that for a second. Purple tier, where we are now, although we are at 10, and in all likelihood, certainly within 2 weeks, we will be in red, allows us to open TK through, in our case, This is a local education authority item. Our elementary is TK through 5, not 6. There are different models that have TK through 6. However, for us, TK through 5.
Right.
We are allowed to open those grades in purple with conditions, but we are still not allowed to open the high school or middle school, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, until we hit red, there's no opportunity at all for middle school or high school.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you very much. That is what I have right now. I do want to say thank you once again. Our CSP was available. Again, the CSP as a submission item was only available starting February 16th. We were not in session and we had it in within basically 2 days after we were given approval to submit it all. So that was on our website and ready to go and submitted almost 48 hours, business hours. So thank you very much for getting that done. With that, I move to, we will start at the kind of the top here. I think I started with Mr. Walton. We'll start with Ms. Swanson.
Thank you, President Paff. Okay, I do have a clarifying question. I've heard red tier defined in a variety of ways. So I wanted to clarify with you, Dr. Porras, specifically how red tier is being defined for schools. So to clarify my question, I'm just going to give an example. So for example, next Tuesday, when the numbers come out, if our adjusted case rate is at 7 or below, that comes out on a Tuesday, does that mean that on the following day, Wednesday, we can open middle and high school?
Correct. It follows the day after, the Wednesday after the Tuesday, the information is released. And that's what the permissive part starts, and we may. Now, if that changes, I'll let people know, because things are constantly changing in that regards. Yeah.
They absolutely are. Okay, thank you for clarifying that, because there's been different sources that say that red tier you have to be in for a certain amount, or sorry, that you have to be at 7 or below for a certain amount of weeks before they consider you in red tier. So for schools specifically, I really appreciate that clarification. Also, I'm so thankful to hear about the success of our staff getting vaccination appointments. I know that it is not mandatory that they get their vaccines before we can open up schools, but the guidance does say to prioritize that. And so knowing that today's the 4th, I think some of the vaccination appointments start tomorrow. So that does make me feel a lot better. I wanted to ask a couple of questions. So let's see. So masking, the proper wearing of a mask is crucial to our entire plan. I've watched so many videos and read so many articles about this. It's really, they have found that schools are not the spreaders of COVID that we once feared that they were, but what is the spreader of COVID are the unmasked times where people take off their masks and they feel comfortable being around others, possibly indoors, for 15 minutes or longer. And so that is why we have these surges after holidays. I really want us to all be on the same page. We're realizing that when we reopen schools, we don't have any control over, what everybody else does, but we do have control over ourselves, making sure that our masks are properly fitted, making sure that they cover what they need to cover, that they're the appropriate mask. We have several pages in our COVID safety plan regarding masks. And I would like to see, run it through the other trustees, but some sort of education campaign going out to our families. It could be as simple as kind of reformatting that section in the CSP and really focusing hard on that masking education for our families, so that this is a success, a long-term success. Let's see, we got a lot of emails about hybrid plans and what it's actually going to look like when kids go back to school. And tonight we're talking about more of a reopening timeline, a targeted timeline, but I did either want to ask, well, I'm going to ask it and you tell me where it can fall in. So I wanted to ask how much flexibility we have in those hybrid plans that we finalized late last year.
Well, it's going to depend on the data that we get. Number one, we have some flexibility, but we first started presenting these hybrid plans, if you recall, back in October, like September, October, when we were first talking about the restrictions that were in place. I think it's really important to note that we still have social distancing requirements in place from the California Department of Public Health. There are only so many students that we can fit into a classroom. The 6-foot distancing is the key. So we cannot fill our classrooms, and we only have so many classrooms, and we have only so many teachers. So ultimately, the flexibility is partially restricted by simply the fact that we just can't bring everybody back on the same day. And so we have to be able to go back and forth. Did I just freeze up?
You're good for me.
Good.
Okay.
You're good.
The flex part of the restriction is going to be we just can't get all the kids in at the same time, which is why we need to go to an AM/PM model or that kind of model just to be able to address the numbers of kids that we have. We're lucky in that we're a smaller district so that we can arrange people. Other districts are having to consider how they're going to have to bring in extra classrooms, perhaps. But ultimately, that's a big restriction for us. So we'll have to just consider that in the flexibility part of it. The hybrid piece of it for us was also tricky because of the distance learning. It's going to depend on how many families still would like distance learning, and we have to provide it.
Sure. Okay, thank you so much. I'm just looking at, my last quick comment is once, whatever date we do decide and we aim for reopening, the Board of Education, needs to get back in person as well if we're asking our teachers and our students to go back in person. So, which in turn to me means that we need to make sure that agenda item for March 18th happens on how we continue to stream the board meetings and fulfill the Brown Act and also, allow for what we've got going on here. And that concludes my comments.
Mr. Swanson. Thank you, Carolyn.
Thank you, President Paff. A couple of things. One, as it relates to the survey, do we have a rough idea how we're doing on the returns of those? It usually takes a little while, I know, but how are we doing on that?
I can say, I think we're sitting somewhere in the 100 to 120 parent range in the elementaries so far. But I can, if you like, I can have each of the principals just quickly chime in about the return that we have so far.
Yeah, that would be great if we could get, either a number or a rough percentage. That would be fantastic.
Why don't we do this? We'll have the 2 elementaries go, the middle school and the high school. So Mr. Keller, could you start us off, please, if you have a general idea?
Sure. Good evening, trustees. Sean Keller, our principal of Robert Down Elementary School. I'm looking at our results currently. We have had 281 respondents, but my awesome office team has determined that at least 25 to 27 of those are duplicates. So we have roughly about 256 respondents so far. We do have quite an amount of siblings, but we are asking each family to fill out 1 form per child. We have 434 total students currently at Robert Down. The results so far, believe it or not, are pretty even in November. We are 0.1% difference, and it's been fluctuating between 0.1 to a little over 2% all day. And in November, we had 27, sorry, it's a little bit more than 0.1, my bad there. 27.9% in November, and currently we have 27.9% for distance learning.
Fantastic. Great. Thank you.
Mr. Rogoman.
My numbers are a little bit easier to manage than Mr. Keller's because we've had about 200 people respond to our survey. Currently, we have 75% that are choosing the hybrid program and about 25% that are choosing the distance learning program. As compared to the numbers that we had earlier in the year, this represents about a 10% increase in the number of families that are preferring the hybrid, which corresponds to about a 10% decrease in the families that are preferring the distance learning model. Before drawing too much from those results, I would say that we still have about half of our results. And I think that many of our parents are waiting to see the results of this evening's board meeting before meeting the Sunday deadline to let us know their choice.
Okay, thank you. You answered a question that I didn't even know I had too, which is when do the families, what's the cutoff? So thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Good evening, everyone. For the middle school, we currently have 227 surveys completed. That's roughly almost exactly 50%. And we are tracking right now at 75% of respondents who indicate that they would like to join us in hybrid and 25% who wish to continue with distance learning. This is right on our projections or right on the projections that we had recently. And much like Forest Grove, represents probably roughly around a 10% increase in those who select hybrid learning.
Terrific, great. Thank you, Principal Roach.
Hi, Shane Steinbach, Assistant Principal at the high school. We have, out of our 564 families, we have 301 that have taken the survey. I have not had the opportunity to break down the families that have chosen full distance learning or in-person hybrid at this time.
And I would like to add to that on Monday, we will analyze the information and determine which families have not completed the survey, and we will be contacting them directly via phone and or email.
Okay. Great, thank you. Well, that helps a lot. Another, this is sort of just for my own curiosity, but as we continue to live in this world of acronyms, I know what the CSP is, but is that our COVID safety plan? Is that our COVID safety protocols? Okay, great.
COVID safety plan, yes, sir.
Okay, great. I had a question also on the PDF doc here, and let me see where. Okay, so on page 8 of that, I still have it up over here. It says PGUSD falls within that clause and uses symptomatic testing. Are we addressing later on in the evening what symptomatic testing is, or can we get, if not, can we get the 30-second breakdown of what symptomatic testing is, perhaps versus some other form of testing?
Yeah, essentially the difference is, and we may have a little blend of both because it's kind of like there's the gray areas between, but essentially it's testing happens when we have a positive case and we need to try to test folks to determine whether they're positive or negative. So it's more of when people are presenting symptoms that we test versus just testing every week blanket. Essentially asymptomatic would be you have blank, you don't know for sure. There's no signs that a person has it, but you're still testing. So they originally had required that asymptomatic as a requirement every week for every teacher and every student for schools that were in deep purple. If you recall, a few weeks back, things have really changed dramatically. But the way that we're allowed to do the testing as we structured it in our COVID safety plan, and Jim Van Dib will be talking a little bit about how we're going to work on that testing later on in a different item.
Okay, great, thank you. And then just a quick comment on vaccine availability. I was really heartened this morning just to see, and it really demonstrated how quickly things can change. I mean, everything is changing so fast all the time. Anyway, it feels like I'm almost, if I hear the whack-a-mole reference one more time, I'm going to lose my mind. But to see how a couple of days ago we were looking at the rollout and how frustrating it was because it didn't, the email blast that was supposed to go out didn't happen the way it was supposed to go out. And then this morning there's a surge of availability again, and I'm hearing about a lot of people being able to register and within a few days even to get their first shot. So I thought that was great. I'd also encourage anybody who has not yet watched the video that was referenced earlier. It's a 90-minute hosted by Dr. Jean Noble. I would really urge you to take a look at it. There's a lot of information in there. It's metered out in very understandable, slow fashion. I watched it off and on throughout the day, a couple of times today, and was making notes as I did through it, where it's like, okay, I want to watch this again, and would note the time marker, because there's great information in there. And again, I would encourage anybody who hasn't seen it yet to take a look. And that's all I've got. Thank you.
One notation just in support of what you were saying with the vaccines. We already have a number of employees that have already gotten their first shot already. They signed up this morning and got a dose this morning. So definitely things are moving.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swanson. We'll move on to Ms. Dawson.
Well, it's my evening to thank John Papp. I appreciate the beginning, your timeline that you set up, because I would like to echo what Brian Swanson just said. It's moving so quickly, and I feel like last time I felt very certain about April 19th, and subsequently I have been absolutely blown away with the rapidity that we're going through these things, especially as far as the vaccinations and the changes within things. It's a moving target, and we've talked about that from the very first time we set this up, and it remains so. The final thing that I'd like to say, I just appreciate so much the information that Ralph Porras continues to give us at each meeting. But I wanted to also say, I think it's so critical, especially parents with young children, that kids are very adaptable. And though we want them to have things be the same and very little rocking of the boat, the reality is being back and being in class, I think is critical at this time. So I just, again, take a deep breath, and we're just going to do the best we can. So thank you. That's my comments.
Thank you, Ms. Dawson. Mr. Walton.
Thanks, John. Yeah, I appreciate that we put together a plan and we're coming up with some dates. Like Ms. Dawson said, I think the challenge is things are rapidly moving, and I know there's a lot of different opinions on this. You know, we're trying to balance a lot of things here, staff safety, staff concerns, not just teaching staff, but the professional staff that support the teaching staff and the facilities. You know, obviously the parents' concerns about the emotional health and welfare of their children, interacting with their peers is important. Equally important is the educational value of what we're trying to do here. You know, I shared with Ralph, one of my concerns is, I think, to the credit of all the staff and extended staff, the parents, who become home teachers in a sense, that distance learning has worked better than many of us expected it would. And, you know, my concern has been, one, that if we try to do a hybrid model, we're going to end up doing two things less well than we've done one thing, even though it was imperfect. And I think that's the position we're in and we're faced with. I think we're coming up with a good safety plan. I know personally, you know, I have a lot of concern for my two children to go to our schools and have since kindergarten. And I know they're both looking forward to eventually going back, even though they wouldn't be in this first round since one's in middle school and one's in high school. The high schooler would go back tomorrow if you let him. The middle schooler is nervous about middle school because it's his first year in middle school, so he's probably a bit more on the fence. I think we're going to have to make a decision about safety and balance that against dates. I know personally, working for a county government, many of us are essential workers, and it's not easy and it's nerve-wracking to go back to work without vaccines, but most of us have been working as essential workers since day one of the pandemic, and though it's not ideal, You know, we've done a good job, and the county's done a good job protecting us. And I'm happy to say there have not been major occurrences of sickness in San Mateo County, which I'm very much appreciative of, and I know my staff are as well. But I did ask Ralph this before the meeting. I know it's spelled out in the plan, but I think, you know, it's possible that when we start to reopen the facilities more, and I stress that because I do believe we haven't closed the schools, we haven't closed the learning centers, we've just closed the facilities. And even then, not completely. A lot of the teachers have been there teaching from the facilities. We've had small cohorts of students and teachers there, even during this, that needed to be there. But I think it's possible that we're going to end up in a situation where, you know, we bring back different grade levels or different groups of students, and there will be, you know, a case of positive COVID. So I was just hoping, Ralph, you could take maybe just 2 or 3 minutes and walk us through again. I know you have before, but for everyone that's on the call, I'm sure there's a lot of people tonight, what the protocols are going to be, you know, if someone does test positive, a staff member or a teacher or a student, and what those protocols are and how we're going to follow them and what impact that would have on a typical school day or week or something like that at one of the schools.
Yeah, and thank you very much, Mr. Walton. And I actually asked Director Kelly if he could help step in on this one. And I think Nurse Pally is also available. They're probably closest to the ground in regards to that process. So if I may, I want to pass it over to them.
Sure.
Yeah, so as far as facilities and custodial are concerned, and I'll let Nurse Pally address what we do with the students and tracing. But we would immediately clear out the classroom and evaluate if we had to clear out any other classrooms or hallways or wings or stuff like that, depending on which side it was at. And then either let it sit for 24 to 48 hours or disinfect it right away. Just kind of basically what are the symptoms of the student? Or were they extremely sick, or were they just showing small signs of it? And then probably wouldn't allow students back in there for another 24 to 48 hours after the fact. And so that's basically what we would do. And then they would go into the isolation room. We would have to clean the isolation room after that as well.
So does that mean if I'm a parent, let's say my youngest was still in 5th grade at Forest Grove, does that mean if someone in his classroom, you know, there was a concern or something like that, or it turns out they found out after they got to school that someone in their family or they had tested positive, when you say clear out, does that mean the parents would come pick up their children and then that cohort or that class would then be distance learning from that point forward until you or the medical staff decided that it was safe for them to return?
I think at that time, no, they would not until we know that the other student is positive. But there would be communication from the principal to that child's, to the room's parents, to letting them know that we had a possible case, but don't have any results back, because we don't know for sure until we get results back from testing, and that the child could just have a cold or something else and not have COVID.
And once a positive test came back, then how would that change things?
I'll turn that over to Nurse Pally. That's her territory.
Yeah, and I've asked her to unmute. She's working on that. I'll just say in the meantime, there's a county protocol. The county health department has given us a protocol specifically in regards to how the follow-up goes. The contact tracing is essentially led by the county. They make direct contact with the family because the health providers are the ones that make that formal report. So that's where the tracing begins. They've been very efficient at doing that. Earlier on, when we were noticing some cases with employees, we found that we were able to that tracking system happened very, very well. But we are under the guidance of county health at that time. So that part of it is county directed. We will have the capacity to test if we need to through the Optum test program that we're going to be talking a little bit about. And Jonathan, if you're on the line, it looks like Nurse Powley says she can't unmute on her end, even though I've asked her to do so. I don't know if
She
she
just
needs
has
to get back.
to hit the microphone on the bottom left corner. She is a co-host, so
okay.
So she should be able to mute and unmute herself.
Yeah.
If not, give me a quick minute.
Yeah, it says host won't let her.
Yeah,
let her.
and just to clarify, I'm not asking for the in the weeds details. I guess I'm trying to set the expectations of staff and parents, really. You know, I think it's likely, again, history being my guide, there's been probably 3 or 4 times a week, sometimes in the county, that one of the staff people in one of our 90 facilities, you know, finds out after the fact that someone in their family or they tested positive. And then we have a protocol in the county about what that means to the staff that have been in contact with them or in that facility for a certain period of time. But I don't want to assume that it's going to be the same here. I just, you know, I'm concerned parents might not, if our protocol is a positive test comes back, come pick your children up, and now your children are distance learning again from home. If that was the case, I would want parents to understand that that might be a possibility if that was true.
Yes, for sure. That is awesome. And yeah, for sure. And we think we're learning a little bit from the county health department every day in terms of how we want to structure that, but under local control for sure. Yeah, we'll be Nurse Powley be communicating directly with the families. So. The cohorting is what helps contain all of that, which is why we're being very cautious in terms of how those cohorts are established.
Sure. Ralph?
And the county would decide, county health department would decide whether we'd have to close the whole school down or just a portion of the school or just one classroom.
Right.
Ralph, I see Katrina in the waiting room.
She's not able to. I know we're having a problem. I'm trying to have her. For whatever reason, we're having difficulties. I'm going to have a restart, come back on again.
Back in, but yeah.
Hey, it's fine. I don't think, unless you want to, Ralph. I just, again, I asked the question because I want to set the expectation of the parents. I know we're anxious to pick a date and move forward with reopening as quickly as we can facilities at every grade level. But I think there is a possibility that after we reopen, we may quickly, from cohort by cohort or classroom by classroom or facility have to go back to distance learning again. And so I know there's a lot of anxiety about it. It feels like from the letters I've seen, I just want to go back to normal and try to return to life as normal as much as possible at the schools. And I think we're going to be in a bit of a, not just hybrid learning, but have to be very flexible about your kid may be back in school 1 week and back at home the next week, depending on what happens at the facilities.
That's a really excellent point, and I appreciate you making it. That is very true.
Mr. Walton, do you need further clarification then?
No, that's fine. Thank you very much.
Ms. Giraldo.
I don't have any clarifications, but it is interesting getting to see all this, and I'm interested to see how it will work out if and when we do get to that point when we're able to go back in person for the high school at least.
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry. I didn't hear all of it.
She's excited to go.
I think we may have lost her.
There.
Okay.
I'm back now.
Okay. So could you repeat that question? I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I didn't have a question. I was saying it was just interesting to see how it's going to work out. I'm looking forward to hopefully getting back to that point where we at the high school are able to go back.
Got it.
But just interesting to see, and I enjoyed the presentation. Thank you. It was very informational.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you very much. Board, I have, I'd like to go ahead and open to public comment at this point in time.
Mr. President, if I might, I apologize for interrupting you. I was just made aware via email, and this kind of came out as our meeting was happening tonight, but just want to make folks aware that I'm going to change the slideshow as we speak. There's been some shifts on the updated blueprint. The governor hasn't yet signed, but if he does sign, that vaccination equity metric that I spoke about, due to its influence, a county could actually move into a red tier with fewer, once it has 10 or fewer cases per 100,000 versus the 7 that we're currently used to, which is a pretty big shift. So it depends on how they calculate that vaccine equity metric that could affect the number on red tier. And I apologize, I didn't have that information sooner, but that's now new and I'll add it to the slideshow.
Thank you, Dr. Porras. With that, we will go to public comment. Ms. Houston. Do you have Ms. Houston?
I've asked her to unmute.
Yeah,
There you go.
Thank you.
I'm here. So my husband and I are both district employees. We have 4 kids in the district, so I feel like we have a pretty good scope in terms of seeing what's going on elementary level, middle school level, high school level, just kind of across the board. And I would just like to reach out and say thank you to all the administrators. We just saw that from Dr. Porras right now as we're changing slideshows during the meeting. Things are changing every single day. We're finding out, at the last minute, that sort of thing. I just, especially to Matt Kelly and to Katrina Howley, this week has been a rough one, I'm sure, for her as things didn't go the way that we expected. So I just want to give a shout out to all you guys for just unwavering support of the staff, but also just pivoting on a dime every single time and doing it with such grace. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Houston. Dr. Hazen.
Hi all, apologies for stealing the mic again, but I'd like to start just by stating how difficult this has been for many, if not all of us. And I'll say we are probably in the minority of those that, many people that are facing it worse than we are. But the beauty of PG is we are a community. And please know that there are many parents out there that appreciate you teachers, administrators, and board members. These are difficult times for us all and difficult decisions. So I mentioned this at the elementary school town hall, but one question I had is why can't teachers do in-person and distance potentially simultaneously? The point brought up by Trustee Walton, if you have a kid that's sick, they could sit out and still be in distance learning with the same teacher. The idea of having to switch teachers every 2 weeks, potentially based on positive cases is terrifying a bit. And it also makes the teachers do double duty, and hybrid kids then face half a day with no possibility of contact. So outdoor space, just asking for as much creativity as we can from the district. And then the last point quickly is I do realize we do not know what next year will look like, but I would strongly urge us all involved to do everything we can to open fully next year with distance learning as an option, including when kids are sick. But this, the forward-looking approach, even as things are changing, will benefit the whole community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Hazen. Ms. Mewis.
Hi, thank you. To get to the 2 questions I was going to ask earlier, considering that the CDC recommends a 10-day quarantine for anyone traveling outside of the state, I was wondering, how does the school plan to maintain safety for the school community regarding families who travel, especially with spring break coming up? So is the school planning to follow CDC guidelines for safety? If so, how does the school plan to implement this? The other question would be, 1 minute I remember hearing all of a sudden, the board voted to reopen the school April 19th. And then it seemed like immediately right there after, it was like, we're trying to open as soon as we possibly can. And everyone kind of just hit the ground running. And I wondered, wow, what was the shift there? Why all of a sudden the push? So was that because of the monetary incentivizing by the governor's office? Do we need that money that bad? Our district, what do our finances look like? How has this pandemic impacted our finances? Has it cost more? is that, you know, are those questions that, and I guess the last question, are those questions that I'll ever get the answers to, or where shall I look for those answers? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Porras, you've made a note of the questions coming forth, I assume?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Next on our list, Ms. Fort.
Thank you for all you do, and I'm thrilled that I have vaccine appointments thanks to notes from Mr. Gamble and Mr. Porras. So that is encouraging. As we compare to other districts, I have 2 sixth grade children and I teach 6th grade at PG Middle School. And my 2 sixth graders are at Carmel Middle. And I watch them and I have less anxiety. My kids so badly want to go back. They do want to be vaccinated first. And, you know, we all reflect our parents. But I'm way more comfortable with them going back because from the beginning of the year, they were put in groups of about 20 with a staff of 5 teachers to teach their subjects, 4 core teachers. And a PE teacher. So if they went back, they would literally be in like AM, PM classes with 10 kids and the same 5 teachers who teach that cohort. And they, of course, were able to hire more teachers, spread out teachers. And I think I struggle more with how the state says in-person learning. I want to teach my students. I'm not fearful for my life. I'm fearful for my students and long-term effects. And again, it's not so much fear, it's science. And I'm going back to continue distance learning with a group of students who are not my students. And I really struggle with that. And, you know, at the same time, I know how much they need to come back. I know how much it would help my students or my own children. But I wonder if the situation outweighs the risk. So when we talk about in-person learning, I'm just there to observe a group while I'm online still teaching my students who have now been separated. And I have students who have special needs who say, are we going to have equal access to aids? I have students who say, we're staying home because my parents say I am, but they feel separated. So I just really, really encourage us to look, and I don't have answers for this. I'm not sure. I changed my opinion watching news and all of these, hearing friends and other parents. I don't have the answers for you, but I keep coming back to, are we doing in-person learning for a month and a half, a month and a quarter?
Ms. Fort.
Okay, thank you. That's it. And thank you for everything.
Thank you very much for your comments. Genevieve.
Yeah, actually, this is John Schrader. Good evening, board members. I know you guys have heard from me already, but I'd like to ask a couple questions. First one, with so much writing on these surveys about how we're going to implement the distance learning and hybrid plan, are you guys going to be able to see the deviations and distribution of distance learning in the survey based on kind of biasing the survey for people who are going to be in a identified distance learning teacher, as brought up earlier this evening? And then are you breaking down this data by grade level as you could have a distribution influx based on what the needs of the child, as we know the needs of younger children is different than the needs of those who are older. And then last one is CSP was approved today by default, and we are in the purple tier. And so what is a reasonable timeline, since we were supposed to talk about reopening and I haven't heard any new reopening date suggestions? I'm curious, what's a reasonable time to expect reopening, since the 19th seems a bit excessive if we're technically able to open the doors tomorrow? I'm not expecting that, since obviously things have to happen, but a more reasonable timeline. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schrader. Ms. Weston, it's not Ms. Weston, correct? It's Dr. Brown, is that right?
Wait, I'm sorry. Yes, it's Pam. Sorry, I was muted.
Pam, okay.
You know,
Pam.
hi, I'll change that in a little bit. But testing, you know, I'm wondering if there is a way, a lot of this can be solved and put a lot of ease in people with testing. Is there a potential or a possibility in the future, or even quite new future, that we have on-site testing somewhere? It could be anywhere, even if it's the antigen antibody test, we can get those results back. I'm sorry, the antigen test, those rapid tests, 15 minutes, we can get those back. If that were to put, I'm talking fast because I can go on forever, but you know, it wouldn't be that hard if we had a signing doctor in a room somewhere within the district in Pacific Grove that would be willing to carry out those tests. If we have the budget for the testing and we have even just a room or a facility, then I think that would put a lot of ease, not only to the staff, not only to the parents, but anybody that just wants that sense of security, whether they have it or if they've been exposed or they heard somebody, you know, traveled. That way we don't have to have the fear tactic of shutting down the hallways, quarantining, going home, and putting that fear based in our little children. And I'm speaking mainly, you know, for the K-5, that I just see it totally possible to be able to have on-site testing in our district with rapid results. With the budget, I don't know if people can make businesses out of it, like I worked for since the beginning of COVID last March 15th, and throw them up all over the county. I'm not going to say names. Then I can totally see our district getting an antigen machine. I see doctors on here that are medical doctors being a signing doctor to allow the test to be carried out by a nurse. We have nurses at our school. It takes 15 minutes to get the results. That's all I had to say. Is I think testing would probably solve, from what I'm hearing on this meeting and my take home from it. I'm a huge advocate for it, because, you know, nothing at this point is going to be 99%, even the vaccination. We don't even know it's going to work. Nobody does. So that's just my thought to help solve the problem. Is I would love, I'd partake, I'd invest, I'd fundraise, I'd do anything to have some on-site testing to put everybody at ease if we have access to it. And that's it. I just want everyone to feel safe and return back to, you know, life as we had it. And thank you, everybody, for your hard work.
Thank you, Pam.
Thank you. And I'll change that screen name. Okay. You guys have a good night.
As you don't mind me.
I answer to anything.
Hillary, we'll move to Hillary. Thank you for your comments.
Yeah, thanks, John. This is her husband, Adam. It was brought up, why are we moving forward after the board had discussed an April 19th date? I mean, it just seems to me that some teachers are being vaccinated actually quite quickly. Staff is starting to get vaccinated quickly. The presentation given on Monday by the two principals was really very thorough and well done. Yeah, there are things that aren't perfect. There are going to be things that come up, but it seems to, I think, a lot of parents on this call that the schools are pretty well prepared. The staffs are prepared. They've done a good job. That they're going to be ready to open. We're close to a level 10, and you know, our closest peer, Carmel, is going back next week. So I would strongly encourage the board to take action to move the elementary schools back much sooner than April 19th, because we can, and science tells us we can. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Ms. Selfridge.
Hi, all. Thanks so much. Katie Selfridge, a teacher at the high school. I just wanted to really echo Marianne Fort's sentiments from a little bit earlier. And first of all, thank everybody, because I do have my vaccination appointments for next week. I'm looking forward to that. I'm very much looking forward to getting back in the classroom with the kids in front of us. And anything that we can do, any creative opportunities that we can come up with to get everybody back on, or not everybody, safe back on campus with the best, I guess, you know, it's as with whatever normalcy we can possibly muster would be terrific. So anyway, I just wanted to thank everybody for all of their work. Thank you to Mrs. Powley and to everybody who's working to get us back on campus quickly, safely. Yeah, and the sooner the better for me. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Selfridge. Board, I see no other hands up. Mr. Platt was on and off. But with that, we will close public comment on this item. And hold on one second, please. We'll come back to some board comments. And I'm going to go ahead and start. You know, there's a question about why would we talk about the 19th a couple of weeks ago, and now we're saying, you know, we can go faster. And in large part, it's simply the information really came at us that week before, and we did not have the bandwidth at that moment in time to accept it. So now we do, and we should act on that. I appreciate the comments. I think John Walton said something, and he said it very well. You know, we're not really talking about coming back to school. We've been in school for a long time. We've been in school for a year. We've never stopped. What we're talking about is a change in venue. And the change in venue is to provide to our children the ability to interact, you know, better on a day-to-day basis. But the teachers have done really a fantastic, and I don't use that word lightly, job of bringing people into and along. It's not perfect for everybody, but I do know there are people who have said this is actually better for my child. They're working better now. So it's not across the board, and I get that. But thank you to the teachers, to the staff, to admin. It's been a rough year for sure, and you guys have done an outstanding work. That said, I believe it is time to bring us in to the best of our ability. We have plans. We've had plans ready to go for a while. We have an opportunity. Someone asked, is this about money? It's not about money. We actually started this before any further mention of AB 68, and those dollars were there. And frankly, because I think the elementary and the middle school and high school are different agendas, you know, we may never see any of that. For me, it's about education. It's about what do I think is best, both educationally, and what do I think is best, both emotionally, and how do we bring ourselves to a point where when we jump into next year, we are in the best possible spot. So with that, and I'm going to start with Brian here and go with Ms. Dawson, Mr. Walton, and Ms. Swanson, and then see where we are after that.
Thank you, President Paff. You know, my line of thinking goes pretty well along with yours when we had this discussion a couple of weeks ago. A lot of information was coming at us really fast. And when I took a look at that date in April, it felt like that gave us room for things to move along comfortably without and more time to really process the information and drink everything in. And over the last couple of weeks, as things also have changed, and I've had an opportunity to better educate myself about masking, about transmission, about what our plans are, about how well prepared I think we are for returning in a hybrid fashion, the availability of the vaccine. And we saw again how over the last 48 to 72 hours, how that changed so drastically. I'm much more comfortable with returning earlier than the date that we had talked about. I think the question is, you know, what is that date? And I get hung up there only because I'm not the expert when it comes to picking that date on the calendar. And I really feel like I need the recommendation from the district, from our superintendent and our principals as to, okay, so what is the date on that calendar? Because there are all these things again that you guys have to manage. And I would like to know what that date is. The long and short of it is I am most certainly in favor of an earlier date. I do want to, sorry, you guys didn't hear that barking in my ear, but I did. So what was I going to say? I do want to just thank everybody, every stakeholder that's involved, everybody that's been on this call tonight, everybody that has been on the calls in the past. I think by and large, our tone has been pretty civil, and I personally appreciate that. I think everybody else does too. It's difficult during times like this for it to not get heated, because none of us are going to get exactly what we want. So we're going to try to come together in a way that gets us some of what we want, and so that we're happy. You know, in my day-to-day negotiations, when I'm done with a deal that I work up with somebody, I want everybody walking away from the table saying, you know what, that was pretty good. I was listened to, and we found a way through this. I don't want anybody walking away from it saying, you know, I got the better of everybody else. And I think we're close to that point where everybody's going to be able to get up from this table and say, you know what, people heard my concerns and they were addressed, and we came to a decision that everybody can live with. So that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Swanson. Ms. Dawson.
Yeah, I agree with everything you're saying. And educators, the entire group, I mean, if we would have heard a year ago that a year from now you will still be talking about this, I don't think anyone would believe it. We got incredible letters, as we said, and I think one of the best things that I heard is where we are right now is we want to give families a choice as soon as possible. If you don't want to be there, DL is in your future, but it shouldn't be all DL when you're dying to get back in the classroom. So I think moving forward with this as quickly as possible. I was at the 19th and I'm ready to move forward quicker. I think it's the absolute right thing to do with all the new information that we've received. So rock on.
Thank you, Mr. Walton.
Thanks, John. You know, like I said in my earlier comments, I have an opinion about this as a government employee who hasn't missed a day of work since it started. I have an opinion about this as a parent who has a lot of concerns for the welfare of my family. On one hand, the welfare if they don't go back to school. On the other hand, the welfare if they do go back to school. I have concerns about it from, you know, my friends and associates that work for the district. Having said that, I'm not an educator and I couldn't profess to be. I can't really say what the correct timeline is to balance how quickly we can get back to school and do a good job. I think, you know, I look to the teachers in the administration to give us advice. We've heard plenty of opinions from the parents and public, myself included, on the surveys on behalf of my children. But I'm really looking primarily now to what is the best for the children in terms of an educational experience. If we think that can be done effectively sooner, then I'd be supportive of that. If we think we need to wait longer to provide a good educational experience in the facilities, then I'm supportive of that as well.
Thank you, Mr. Walton. Ms. Swanson.
We can't hear you, Carolyn.
Okay, here I am. You got it. Okay. Sorry about that. I was saying, so at the last meeting, we gave a general direction on kind of a reopening date that it wasn't, it wasn't something that was on the agenda. It was something that was kind of like, what do you guys think, essentially, which sometimes happens at board meetings. And so now we are in a spot where we can pick a date and we can stick to it. I think we're in a position where we can stick to a date now more than when we were saying, okay, sometime in April. So whatever date we work out tonight, whatever date is recommended to us from Dr. Porras, I think what we can say is we're going to do everything we can to stick to it. We're not going to have another meeting after this where we then change it unless something unforeseen happens. Everything we say is what we have the information on right now. I do want to bring up again, I want to see town halls. I was pleased as punch to see those town halls mentioned in Dr. Porras's slides. The sooner we get that middle school town hall and the sooner we get the high school town hall on the calendar, the sooner we can educate parents about what the school day is going to look like. We can educate them about, like, the question that Trustee Walton had, what happens when there's a positive case on campus. And also, town halls are the mechanism, they're the tool to allow parents to ask questions and get answers in that live format. Board meetings, unfortunately, are not conducive to that. We're not really able to answer questions. We can kind of make note of the question, try to answer it later, but town halls are a beautiful scenario for that back and forth dialogue between the principals and the family. So I'm really looking forward to those town halls, and I'm looking forward to hearing from Dr. Porras about a reopening date that makes sense for the district. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Swanson. Ms. Giraldo.
I don't have too much more to add right now, but obviously looking forward to going back as soon as possible. But I also do respect that we have to weigh the pros and cons between going back as soon as possible and still making sure everyone, including students and faculty, are safe. So just waiting on that, but I really appreciate everything. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Dr. Porras, in a moment, I'm going to listen to your response. We originally outlined a March 15th start date. That is 2 weeks. That is a little unfair to me. Not to me personally, but to our staff and teachers, staff, admin, basically everybody at this point in time. Although we have repeatedly said, are you available in 2 weeks? And the response has been, yes, you know what, we are. However, what I'd like to suggest is to ask you this. I would like, and in fact, I will make a motion to this effect, that we open up the week of starting March 22nd. This allows, with you and admin, you are certainly permitted to rationally put that into play. Just to say, if we need a couple days, as has been expressed, to relearn a little bit, two asynchronous days in advance. So this puts you on a March 24 actual start. What is your thought on that?
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate that. And I will ask Mr. Rogeman and Mr. Keller jump in as necessary as we're talking about elementary. Appreciate you offering that date. And I think, again, the two issues that are, I think, the most important as we're discussing this. First off is trying to make the dates work well with the phasing plan. So providing the time between when we open TK1 to when we open 2-3 and 4-5. That becomes important, especially as it plays with the spring break. And also we're trying to create as much as possible a situation where we're addressing safety enhancements as we need to, and finally buttoning that up, which we're in the process of doing. We could do the 22nd date and make it happen with the elementary. I think we would certainly be open to the 24, anywhere on the 22nd through the 30th. That time frame works for us, especially in light of trying to get the remainder of items buttoned up on the survey and any other questions that we need done. But in that date range works, I think we can get that working out. That's in the elementary district. Mr. Rogeman or Mr. Keller, I don't know if you want to jump in. You're a boots on the ground. Happy to offer that as well.
Dr. Porras, thank you so much. I think that one of the things that we've heard from families is that there's a strong interest in having a start before the spring break. I think for it to be a valuable start before spring break, that we would want to have, you know, our entire group on campus for at least 1 week before spring break. I think that when we listen to the voice of staff, that this is going to represent another major transition in an instructional program. Just as we had time to prep and plan to go from normal school to distance learning over the summer, which led to the success of the distance learning program, the more time that we have to finish the planning for the transition to the hybrid program will certainly be helpful for grades TK through 5. If we started the phase in on March 30th with the TK in first grade, and did that for the 30th and 31st, then brought the 2nd and 3rd grade back on the 1st and the 2nd, and then our 4th and 5th grade back for that final week before spring break, I think we would accomplish having a very sound start before the spring break. It puts us almost 3 weeks ahead of our previous date. So I think that we can, you know, address the interest of our parents in starting before the spring break. And it represents a good balance of the interests that we have here. So my recommendation for the elementary start date in consultation with Mr. Keller would be for us to begin on that week of March 29th.
Thank you, Mr. Rogan. I do support that as well. I also would like to see if we can have Nurse Pally join us with the reality that many of us are having our first shot of vaccine this week. And I know there's some differences between Moderna and Pfizer. And with the second dose obviously coming up in the next couple of weeks, with the possibility of losing personnel due to just being knocked out, I've heard that is occurring. And I just want us to be able to be on top of that. We're having trouble with subs right now. And if we are planning to come back and people are getting their second dose and can't come back because they're not feeling well, I just want to make sure that we are on top of that and are ready to respond.
Nurse Pally, would you like to comment further?
Sure. So the vaccine, from the research I have read, the first dose of vaccine has about between an 80 to an 88% effectiveness once the antibodies are established after about 2 weeks. Takes about that long for the antibody level to be fully effective after vaccination. And so I know we've talked about the issue of having staff have time to, you know, if there's a reaction or if there's, after you get vaccinated, sometimes there is a reaction or somebody's has illness symptoms for a couple of days after, then there's a, you know, leeway time for that person to be able to get a sub. Does that answer your question, or do you any more clarity on the vaccine?
No. Are you talking to me or Mr. Keller? So for me, you know, we know that there's the possibility of that, and it varies person to person. However, that particular dilemma doesn't change whether or not we start tomorrow or we start May 1st. We will have that issue. I appreciate it, and we should plan around it, and that it will be an admin and superintendent and staffing. They need to stay on it. So thank you very much. With that, board, I suggested the 24th. 2 of you have stated we should in fact defer to the educators. I make a motion that we bring the elementaries back the week starting the 29th.
Oh, I think I have a little issue with that, with the phase in. I mean, it takes days with the phase in. They're not all coming back. I'd like to see it start the middle of the week before, so that finally you'd be talking TK on the 24th, the 26th, you'd have the next group, and you'd have that final group the 30th. So during that week, you'd get everybody back and get going. And
are you asking me to amend my motion?
Oh, I'm very sorry. I thought you said we're going back to the board to check. I'm sorry.
What I said is I make a motion to go back starting the week of the 29th. Okay, so again, I ask, are you asking me to amend the motion to the week of the 22nd?
I'd like you to amend the motion to the week of the 22nd. That gives us solid 2.5 weeks. We have minimum days next week without conferences, I think, so that allows people to prep rooms and move forward. So yes, I would.
Okay, I amend my motion to going back the week of the 22nd. Do I have a second?
I second.
Okay.
Before we take a vote on this, and I apologize, I've had a couple of days here. Buck, would you be so kind and just readdress why you were looking at the dates that you were addressing? I would just like to hear that one more time, why you were taking a look at those, if you would, please.
Absolutely, Trustee Swanson. I thought that, well, Mr. Keller and I thought that the 30th represents an effort to hear all the voices that we've heard at the meeting here tonight, and also the input that we've gotten from our parents, as well as the input that we've gotten from our staff. From our parents' standpoint, we absolutely hear that a return to school before the spring break is a benefit for them, that they would like us to have the hybrid program begin before we leave for the spring break. For that to be a meaningful start, we would want to have all of our grade levels to have at least 1 week of that hybrid instruction before the spring break. Starting on the 30th with the TK and the first grade, and have them here on the 30th and the 31st, and then have our second and third grade on the 1st and 2nd, and then start our 4th and 5th grade the following week on the 6th and 7th. Gives us that full week with all grade levels present at school before the spring break. And then when we come back from the spring break, it'll give us 6 more weeks of instruction with everyone present. What we heard from our staff is that this transition, not so much prepping the rooms, but in prepping to take on a new model of instruction, the hybrid program, that every day that we can have in preparation for that hybrid program is going to lead to a better transition. I think a couple things that are still out there that our teachers recognize as very important is for us to bring quality closure to the distance learning classes, and then have a proper celebration or reopening once the classes are reconstituted. So those kinds of events are going to take some quality planning. And, you know, it's not that we would not be able to do it by the previous week. It'll only get better if we can start it on the 30th.
Okay, thank you. And what I like about that, and Principal Keller, I'm sorry that I didn't direct that to you as well. I meant no disrespect. I see you guys as a very much as a team as you move through this. So my apologies for that. What I also like about that is that even though when we're on break, people are on break, we haven't really been this last year. People have been working constantly trying to address issues. And I could see that if for some reason there are some tweaks that need to be made, there's a little bit of time there in between coming back and then going on break and returning again, where little adjustments could possibly be made if they needed to be made. And then going back to what I'd asked before, what I asked personally at least, is what does the district think we should do? And what I'm hearing from principals of both elementary schools is that week of the 29th. So I'd much prefer to be looking at that.
Thank you, Brian. Dr. Porras, I have a parliamentarian word I can't even say at this time. Question.
Sure.
So you have a motion and a second. Do we need to take a vote, or can I change my own motion?
Well, you've already got both now, so you need to take a vote. If there are no votes, if it doesn't pass, then you can now kind of move forward and go from there.
Okay, thank you.
You can vote no against your own motion.
Yeah,
though.
correct.
Well, I'm not going to do that, but what I'd probably suggest, what we're looking at is to add a couple days of asynchronous work. And I certainly would be amenable to the 25th, 26th, and 29th as asynchronous with a startup on the 30th, which brings 2 cohorts in that week instead of 1. So. Okay, so Mandy, it is a roll call vote.
Hey, John, before you take a vote, can we ask some questions?
Sure.
So I'm curious why, I know you were generous and amended your original motion to Christie's, but I'm curious perhaps why the two of you think your plan is better than the administration's recommendation from an educational standpoint, or is it just a time issue, or is it an educational improvement issue?
For me personally, I think an extra week in front of spring break would be beneficial. And again, the trade for me is, instead of trying to move out 2 weeks, go to that 3rd week and blend it a little bit. So I'm not hard and fast on either one. However, given the presentations, if we start the 22nd, 23rd as async and start the 24th, we bring in 1 contingent. If you start and go the 25th, 26th, and start 2 contingents the next week, 2 groups, I'm pretty amenable to them. So.
I personally, I would like to see a little more time with this. I mean, I'm hearing that 1 week, but I'd love to have more time to tweak it with kids there. So that's why I like it a little sooner to phase it in. Personally, gives, and I mean, the logic of the longer we have to prepare, the better it is. I mean, then we should not ever do anything. I just think 2.5 weeks from now, or literally almost 3 weeks from now, as John's speaking, that's a long time to start getting ready and transitioning. So I'm going to vote to start it sooner. So however it comes up, you want to set it up, that's fine.
John, does that answer?
Yeah, I think I got my answer. Thank you.
Okay. Anybody else before we have a vote?
You want to rephrase your motion one more time, John, so people.
Shannon, we are past, I mean, I'm not trying to be rude, but we are in fact past public comment on this action. So my motion was to open the week of the 22nd with 2 days asynchronous, and starting on the 24th in person. I see 4 hands raised. So, and it was seconded, so let's have a roll call vote.
Trustee Paff,
Aye.
Trustee Brian Swanson,
Nay.
Trustee Dawson,
Aye.
Trustee Carolyn Swanson,
No.
Trustee Walton,
No.
Perfect. Let's move on. Do we have another suggestion then?
I'd like to make a motion that we go with the reopening date suggested by the administration.
I second that. Any further board comments?
No.
Okay.
Nope.
Roll call vote, please.
and that would be March 30th, correct?
That is starting the week
29th?
of the 29th.
29th, sorry. Trustee Paff,
Aye.
Trustee Brian Swanson,
Aye.
Trustee Dawson,
No.
Trustee Carolyn Swanson,
Aye.
Trustee Walton.
Aye.
Thank you.
Passes 4-1. Student advisory vote.
Oops, sorry.
It's okay.
Oh, good. Aye.
Okay, we have a start date that has been under action and is approved to start the week of March 29th. Dr. Porras, Mr. Rogerman, this is only elementary. Mr. Keller, we'd like you to come back. You are asking for 2 asynchronous days. Let us know which those are, please. 2 additional asynchronous days. Let us know what those are, please.
But
And
Mr.
go ahead.
President Papp, just to make absolute clarity for everyone listening, the 29th would be the first day a student appears on campus.
Well, you have students now, but that's the
Well,
first
I mean the hybrid program, excuse me.
That's correct. That's the date we're telling you.
Got it.
That's correct.
The kids start.
Okay.
Okay. With that,
Can
board, we are at 9:15. I appreciate everyone's conversation. I appreciate the conversation of the participants, the public, and the letters that we've received. Board, quite frankly, I would like to take a 5-minute break. It is 9:14 by my watch. We'll come back at 9:20. Okay. So.
Good. Deal.
That's okay with all of you. Thank you very much. We'll come back at 9:20. Carolyn, I see Brian is sort of back. John is back. Carolyn, you back?
I don't see her yet.
I don't see her, but you know, it's hard to tell. She's back. Thank you.
I'm here.
There.
Okay. Well, with that, excuse me 1 second while I finish a candy bar.
The real reason for the break.
Well,
John, well,
that's not the real one. The real one is, quite frankly, to the 175 participants still here. You know, that is an extremely tough conversation, and we can't make everyone happy, and it's really hard. So stressful. And I appreciate all of the inputs, far more than you guys know. With that, we will
John,
move on
can I ask
to
a question?
Carolyn. Yes.
John, I'm sorry, but before we close this chapter fully, can we just make really clear what day each grade is going back? For myself and for the public.
Good question. I am going to ask Buck. Buck, are you on?
Yes. Yes, I am. With a start on the week of March 29th, the way that the phase-in would look is that TK through first would be in person on Tuesday the 30th and Wednesday the 31st. Then we'd have second and third grade come in on
Wait, sorry, Buck.
Pardon me?
1 second, Buck. When you say TK and first coming in on the 30th and 31st, do you mean TK comes in on the 30th and first comes on the 31st?
Both grades start on the same day. So we will
okay, thank you so much.
Yep, the transitional kindergarten through the first to first grade, they would start on Tuesday, March 30th. And
thank you.
Then our second and third grade would both start on April 1st. And then our fourth and fifth grades start on the following Tuesday.
Tuesday the 6th.
Correct.
4th and 5th. Thank you so much for taking your time.
You're welcome.
Okay. Carolyn, you good?
Thank you, yes.
Okay. Our next item, resolution number 1064 to approve municipalities, colleges, McSig, JPA. Ms. Chinbendib, this is your item, and I defer to you to discuss.
Thank you, President Paff. This is resolution 1064 to approve some changes to agreement with the JPA. This JPA is Joint Power Authority, municipalities, colleges, schools, and insurance group. which was formerly named as Monterey County School Insurance Group, is a collective, in a sense, JPA, to buy health insurance. And we are one of the members. So according to bylaws, anytime there are changes, all the changes must be brought forward to each individual's school of trustees. So without the strike-throughs before the changes, showing the changes, and on the clean copy, they are part of the board packet. I would just go through real quickly the items, the changes is on page 95. Number one, obviously, is a name change. Now is called Municipalities, Colleges, and School Insurance Group. That's number one. The second one is a membership withdrawal, is to be in line with the benefits plan year. In the past, it's an calendar plan year. And some of you might know with health benefits, when it's dealing with healthcare providers, it's not exactly from January 1st to December 31st. Most of them is actually from October 1st to a September 30th timeline. And that's the timeline that where we are. And I think a lot of the staff members, they realize that deductions on the paycheck is actually happens the month before that. The third change is about majority, from 1/3 required to majority. And the fourth change is about 2/3 members have to sign the amendment. These changes are in effect, but it still would not be acted upon until 2/3 of the members agency have signed the amendment, which in this case, in our case, is signing, meaning has to, after a board's approval. And of course, the last one would be entities to agency and districts to members, because, in the past, when it says Monterey County Schools Insurance Group, then most of them were just members with school districts, but now we expanded to colleges and municipal entities as well. So with that, I'll just open up for questions.
Well, sorry, let me put the video back on. I don't have any questions. I have a comment on MCSIG in general. For years, I have repeated that MCSIG is neither a fantastic deal, and the fact that they double dip anybody who has 2 teachers in the system is astonishing, and frankly, astonishingly bad. So as we continue this, I think this is our best deal again. You've walked through it, and the best you found again. But I would continue to try and research, and certainly with the union, with both bargaining groups, to try and research if something better for next year or the year after comes along. So thank you for your presentation. Thank you for the information. Let's see, I started with Brian. We'll start with Christine.
Nothing at this time. Thank you.
John.
Can employees opt out of this if they want to?
They have to provide proof of insurance. It's a requirement. Employees, if you have insurance coverage somewhere else, you can. But
right, if your spouse is covered, so they don't have to take this. If someone wanted to increase, one of our employees wanted more cash in their paycheck, so to speak, and their spouse or partner had coverage that covered them, they wouldn't have to opt into this.
that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
President Paff, can I just, you made 2 very good points. I just want to say that about where the spouse and employee were charged, or they have to pay both into that. MCSIG is very much aware that it's one of the probably the most criticism from the members, and then they're saying that we are just one of the directors. We're not part of the executive group, but the executive group will be looking to that. They say it's something that is really unfair. They're open to really amend it. Hopefully, it will be soon.
Thank you for that bit of feedback. That would be the first time, let's say, I've been going to board meetings or in part of it for 11 years, and that is the first indication of any change in what I consider a grossly unfair times. Anyway, we'll move on. Ms. Swanson.
I don't have any comments on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. Mr. Swanson.
Nothing for me, thank you.
Ms. Giraldo.
Nothing from me, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Giraldo, you have about 8 years before this becomes critically important, and I hope that we are past the systems we have in place now. I had a hand up. Ms. Luciano, did you want to comment? Ms. Luciano, go ahead.
Thank you, President Paff. I just wanted to speak on behalf of the double dipping that you spoke about. My husband is an employee of Hartnell, so we have faced this issue for the last couple years, and I even brought it to the attention of the McSig board because it's what I feel a very discriminatory practice because of two employees being under the same insurance. You cannot opt out, and they require you to both hold coverage. So I really appreciate the district looking into other options as it affects quite a few members of our staff, faculty, both CSEA and PGTA. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Luciano. With that, I bring it back to the board. Do I have a motion to accept the JPA here?
I move we accept resolution number 1064 to approve revised municipalities, colleges, schools, insurance group, MCSIG Joint Powers Authority JPA agreement.
I'll second.
I second. Oh, Brian.
Sorry.
Motion was made by Ms. Dawson and jointly seconded under a JPA by Ms. Swanson and Mr. Swanson.
In a duet.
Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Paff.
Aye.
Trustee Brian Swanson.
Aye.
Trustee Dawson. Trustee Carolyn Swanson.
Aye.
Trustee Walton.
Aye.
Student Advisory.
Aye.
Thank you all very much. Passes 5-0. Next item, approval of 2020-2021 second interim report and multi-year projections. This is a second interim song. I'm not going to lead in. I pass that to you.
Thank you, President Paff. This one, I'm going to have a PowerPoint, but I can go through that pretty quickly, and I'll share the screen. Can you see the presentation?
No.
Yeah, not yet.
Okay, why is it not doing it? I did say to say share screen. Oh, hang on.
There
What
we
about
go.
now? There we
Perfect.
go. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Just one more click to happen. So, okay. Slideshow. Oops. Okay, there we go. All right, let's just hopefully make it a little bit bigger. Okay. This is a second interim, but it's the third budget revisions because the first one happened in October, right before we closed the books. And then the second was in December. It's pretty much every quarter we're making budget changes. These are budget revisions to the current budget 2021. And this is the last official budget revisions that were filed with the County Office of Education, and subsequently they'll send that to the state of California. So this is our last revisions for 2021. But together with filing a second interim report by law, we must also produce projections for the next budget year and the second budget year, which for us would be 21-22 and 22-23. Every school district has to do the same, and every school district has to file before this period as well. And the law says it's only before March 15, and obviously we are, meeting the timeline. So the first one is general fund. This is the biggest fund, is the most flexible funds of all the funds in the school district. And Fund 01, general fund. So the first one is the second interim, which is the third column from the right. And we put down here a comparison so you could see the first interim as well, which we presented in December. And you can see any changes, any ups or downs since that period of time. And the second column to the right would be the estimates. We revised estimates now based on the base year now is second interim, no longer the first interim, because times information has changed, numbers have been updated. And the third one is 22-23. Just in terms of general information, I want to say that the third year, although it's required by law for us to present, to talk about the data, obviously is very fluid. Because we're basically a school district, we rely on property tax dollars. We are really getting a range of estimates of percentage of increase next year, let alone the second or the third year out. So just in terms of context, you have that in mind. So the first one is the second interim, the bottom line. And we always show the gross operating surplus or deficit, and then show the net. And the reason the net is because we have carryover funds, meaning we have unspent money, restricted or categorical money, donations for, in our case here, that were unspent from last year, 1920, when it closed the books, but they will be spending that money now, meaning to put into purchase orders, or to pay for certain things or services and such, which will artificially increase expenditures, meaning when we receive, but we're spending. So in order to really show a operating surplus or deficit, we have to take out those carryover funds, because money we receive that is really is I wouldn't say unfair. It just reduce operating surplus artificially. So with that, we put down here the carryover. The 578,827, which carryover funds we're spending in this period, money that we received last. So the net surplus is $828,000 for the second interim period. The other part I want to talk about real quickly is a percentage for this period, second interim. We're projecting next year's increase of property tax dollars, 3.65%. Last period, about 3 months ago, we were putting down as 3%, because now, of course, we're monitoring, try to get a better read of what's going to be next year. Given the strong housing sales, we believe that is for us a little bit aggressive in increasing our projection from 3% to 3.65%. The assessor at this point is still going by his number from a range of 2 to 4%. Now, is anybody guess? We won't know until August when we get the rolls from the assessor's office, how much they're going to assess the homeowners. So is actually as good as anybody guess at this point, whether it's going to be closer to 4% or is it closer to 2%? We just take a guess, look at a trend analysis that we have received over the years. We're recommending a 3.65%. Again, we'll adjust when we the numbers when we get the actual rolls from the assessor's office in a few months. This is about showing the percentage and a little bit more about the detailed increases and decreases on this page here. It shows the federal funds, adjustments, local sources, and also the expenditure equations, classified, certificated, classified, and employee benefits. All this, you have it in the board packet, but real quickly, there's an increase of federal funds of about $53,000, and this is because we have revised entitlements of Title 1, 2, and 3. Local sources is down a little bit because donations and decrease of gate funds is about $8,900, a little bit over $8,800. So the salaries and benefits, certificated, classified, and employee benefits, again, because of the lower gate funds, but there's also a transition or transfers between classifications, between the certificated salaries, classified salaries, and employee benefits to services. And one example is that we're paying for contract services or specialized services where we cannot find staff to, or because of vacancy or resignations, we have to contract out the services. So in order to avoid increasing a deficit, we're transferring savings in the salaries categories to the services categories. So this is, again, a lot of detailed accounting work here, but it's a broad brush. This is what's going on. What the changes, fluctuations, the amounts between those categories and from last period. There's an increase of interfund transfer to the Child Development Fund and Food Service Fund because, again, as we getting closer to end of the school year, we know better how much it's going to be or not going to get in terms of fees and reimbursement for food service funds. So there was an increase from general fund to Child Development Fund and also to Food Service Fund. The Child Development is primarily to benefit the BSRP program. This slide just shows the components of fund balance to show a reserve level. At 2021, we stand from a first interim at that time was 14.3%. Now it's slightly down a little bit, but not much, 14.1%. And the year out is 16.9, and the third year out 19.8. But given what we talk about, the third year out is really, is a toss up. Nobody knows whether we're going to have a 3% increase 2 years out. If that number goes up or goes down, obviously, you will adjust this reserve level as well. Assuming everything stays the same, meaning salaries are not changed. As you know, we haven't settled yet. This is without those changes. Real quickly, the 3.65% change, a 0.65 increase since 3 months ago equates to about $190,000 increase. So you see the LCFF column or row shows the amount shown as increase, and that's because of readjustment for the 21-22 school year. We changed the increase. Again, we increased our projection a little bit more optimistic from 3 to 3.65%. The next one is next fund, adult ed fund. It's not a lot of changes for adult ed fund. It's just pretty much adjusting again because of the time period that we have as we have more, fewer school days as we get getting closer to the school, the fiscal year. We know better. We have decrease in fees due to cancellation of classes, and that's adjustment close to about $120,000. Correspondingly, we have also a decrease or adjustment down of the salaries as well, because a lot of our programs are alignment to fees. So if there's lower in revenue, we have lower also in expenditures, the hourly, especially the hourly budget costs. We have some slight adjustment in books and supplies increase because of other needs for operational services. There are the areas in technology, regular supplies, and outdoor classrooms costs. There's a slight increase close to about $55,000, $54,719. And I'm going to just move along to Fund 12, Child Development Fund. This is, there's actually composes of two programs within the Child Development Fund. We have the BSRP and as well as the state preschool. The biggest adjustment is no fees received due to distance learning. So earlier on the first interim, because we didn't know what's going to happen, whether we can open part of the year, the school year. So since we're not going to do that, it's not likely we're going to have the fee collection program, BSRP. So we reduce that to really wipe that off in terms of projection. So we're going to just assume it's going to be zero for this school year. And that means, of course, we have an increase of general fund transfer, which we talked about earlier. For the third year out, we're going to assume school will resume in full session starting the new school year. You can see under the second part, revenues in here, BSRP, you can see the dollar amount is has been changed from this year 0 to 258,000 next year. And then the year out would be fully in full operations for the program. The reason we put 258,000, we're not sure at this point when we're going to approve going back to in-person. The board just approved the timeline, and we just give ourselves some leeways that the full resumption will not be complete in the new year if we're going to have the program fully charging fees or not. So we just say at this point, instead of the $400,000+ that we assume we would do that in really going back fully, we just assume it's going to be partially bringing income about $258,000. Now, again, this is really, at this point, this is a projection as we build the budget next month and we meet with staff members and we'll look at the programs more in detail. We may adjust this to be different. The number will fluctuate. So this is really high level, broad brush assumptions that we put into for second interim, projecting into next year. Next one is Fund 13, Cafeteria Fund. Is pretty much a same line of assumptions that we talk about for Fund 12, a decrease in food sales as a result of distance learning. We're adjusting the salary, but it's actually salaries because the board and the staff really working to preserve jobs. So there are really no reductions in salaries, and the slight adjustment here, it just reflect payroll and actual encumbrances. The only adjustment reflecting decrease in food sales is actually the food service supplies budget. So this is a corresponding reduction as well. And then the increase in the fund transfers from the general fund based on what we just talked about. The next few funds did not experience any major budget changes, Fund 14, but I think the board has talked about a lot about preserving, how can we build up our funds, either we can preserve to come up with a plan for capital outlay, for deferred maintenance. This is one of the ways we're doing that. We still keep on having a LCFF funding source. The money goes to the general fund, but general fund is actually transferring that to deferred maintenance. And then the services, contract services, we have not been spending a lot. We're trying to protect and build up this fund. As you can see, the fund balance is going up. This year, we're assuming everything goes well, we're gonna close the books with $133,000. Next year's going better, and the year out is even better. Fund 21, this is a small amount. There's no budget revisions here. This is post-employment benefits fund. And this is the next one is Fund 21. This is a special, this is an education technology fund, Measure A, and also Measure D. Measure D, the first series will happen in May, early May, when we issue the first series, and that's for the maintenance of facilities bond. But at this point, in terms of this Measure A, which is what we have the process now before May, and there aren't a lot of changes here. There were no budget changes since the last first interim period. The last one, Fund 40, this is Capital Outlay Projects Fund. There are no budget revisions that we're seeing here. So the primary source is the rental of David Avenue. And then there are some that expenditures here is to pay off, some of the debt service that we are paying for the capital, the buses that we leased to purchase several years ago. and we're still paying that. And I believe we still have a few more years to go, but it's getting closer to paying off that loan. Once it's paid off, obviously this fund will grow because David Avenue, the Monterey Bay Charter School, has told us that they'll continue to rent from us. If, of course, obviously, if we want to continue renting out to them in the next, at least in the foreseeable future. Next slide is showing the reserve level, and the board has said that you would like to see this. We do not have a better number 2019-20 level reserve levels, because in order to get the number, we have to pay. It's a report from school services. So we'll try to figure out if we can get it from somewhere else or when they publish this for all their members to see. But if we wanted just for us to get the number at this point, we have to pay. So at this point, we chose not to, just show in 28-19 until we get publication for 19-20 for the general public. For Unified School District, 17.26%. Now for Basic Ed School District, the average for Basic School District for 18-19 is a little bit over 23%. We were at 12% difference. The difference is close to 12% right here. And Trustee Dawson last time asked a very good questions, whether we got a sample of Basic Ed School District and also about our size. At this point, what we could get only, from the CDE website to get this 2 districts information. Again, we have not been able to find the information from school services. What are the Basic Ed School Districts about Basic Ed School Districts and number 1, and then also about our student population size. We have not been able to get information before our second interim tonight presentation. We'll continue to work on that and to start really building up this our spreadsheet here. But this is what we have in terms of comparisons of our Basic Ed School Districts. Carmel is 2475 number of students, a little bit over close to 2,500 students. Their reserve level is 34%, inclusive of the required 3% reserve. Hillsborough, 1,268 students. Reserve level is 16%, inclusive of 3% reserve, required reserve. And I think that's it. And I'll stop sharing and open up for questions.
Well, there's a lot of what ifs going forward in that, and it'll be interesting to see, in particular to me, we have a line item that basically has been zero expenses and zero income under local funds for much of the year. And it'll be interesting how that restarts next year. However, I don't have anything further, so we'll go ahead and we'll start with Ms. Dawson here.
Well, I'm happy to see we're looking as good as Hillsborough, which is a very, very ritzy area. So that's nice. We're up in their ballpark. I just appreciate it all the time. I'm not a financial person, and I just love how you sum it up in all these mountains of numbers and distill it down to where it's kind of easy to manage for someone like me. So thank you, Song, for great work.
Mr. Walden. Thank you, Christy.
No questions this time. Thank you, Song. Good report.
Thank you. Ms. Swanson.
I don't have any questions.
Mr. Swanson.
I have a quick question, and Song, I'm sorry, I don't remember what page it was in your PowerPoint, but I believe it was under the Child Development Fund, Fund 12. And there was a number that was consistent across the board. It was, I think it was 24,540 indirect costs. And I was just curious, what is that number? What does it represent, and why is it so consistent over time?
Is it a Child Development Fund?
Yeah, I think it was in there.
Right.
Yeah, there it's 24,540, bang, 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 right? For 18, 19, 19, 20, 20, 21. What is that?
I think this is the indirect is for overhead charges is allowed by law because we can charge overhead on the state preschool, and that's all we have been doing. We have not been charging BSRP because of the local program. And that's why it's been pretty consistent because the state preschool program is, based on the allocation or the grant allowed by the state. So that's pretty static, that amount. So, that's why we've been charging only what the maximum we're allowed to do. So last year was 24, and the year 3 years ago was 24, and last 2 years ago was 24,540.
Okay.
So this is a state preschool that we've been assessing indirect cost.
All right, great. It just struck me as like, so why is that? We see these numbers bump up and down, move around a little bit, and it's seldom that you see one that's so terribly consistent. Not terribly, so consistent. All right, thank you. Appreciate the explanation and all the hard work in doing this. These are fascinating to me, even though there's a lot in there that I don't always understand, but I can sit and look at it and it's a snapshot in time again as to where we are with things. And I know a lot of work goes into putting it together, and it's most certainly not unnoticed. So again, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Aldo, are you still with us?
Yes, I am. I'm still here. I don't have any comments at this time, though.
Thank you very much. We'll open up to public comment.
See no waving hands.
I see
Not
no
seeing
waving.
anyone, Mr. President.
Pardon me?
Not seeing anyone.
Okay, then we'll bring it back. Do I have a motion to accept the 2021 second interim report?
I'll make a motion.
Thank you, Carol.
I'll make a motion to approve the 2021 second interim report and multi-year projections.
Seconded.
Motion was made by Carolyn Swanson, seconded by Christy Dawson. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Paff,
Aye.
trustee Brian Swanson,
Aye.
trustee Dawson,
Aye.
trustee Carolyn Swanson,
Aye.
trustee Walton,
Aye.
student advisory.
Aye.
Thank you.
Passes 5-0. Thank you all so very much. Board, it is 9:56. Our official meeting end is in 4 minutes. We are certainly not going to get through the rest of this. However, by my reckoning, we have roughly 30 minutes left on this. If I said 10:45.
10:45.
Yeah, it's a bit late. We might go through, a bunch of these are pretty fast, so we might go through faster than that.
Okay, so I move that we extend to 10:45 with the caveat we put our spurs on and go as quick as we can.
Okay. I second that. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Paff,
Aye.
trustee Brian Swanson,
Aye.
trustee Dawson,
Aye.
trustee Carolyn Swanson,
Aye.
trustee Walton,
Aye.
student advisory.
Aye, but I think I'm gonna have to hop off soon. Not sure I'm gonna last that long.
I was gonna say, Gabrielle, if you wish to head out at any time, we'll keep you informed as the exciting new tractor we're buying.
All right. All right. Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank
Good
you for
night.
sticking around with us tonight.
Good night.
Okay, the next item is ratification. Now, this is, under normal circumstances, I would discuss this myself, but I think I'm going to defer to Ms. Chin-Ben-Dib. But the short of it is, law changed January 1st, 2020, AB 2118. And what we are looking to do here is ensure that we have a funding going forth for claims that may come out of it. Song?
Thank you, President Paff. Yes, this is because of the bill, AB 218. It was effective January 1st, and which pretty much allows California Child Victims, which is the California Child Victims Act for sexual assault, to have 3 years to file the claims and can't, is the period to go back is unlimited. So which means insurance company, which we were with them until 2014, this is SELF, which stands for Schools Access Liability Fund. They're coming back, and because the bylaws do say that they can come back to the members to ask to increase the premium, and this is what they're doing. This is for the years, and we attach the invoice here. And the reason we say net ratification for this is because the invoice, the check is due to them on March 7, although our board meeting is before the March 7, but we have to get the ball rolling to get purchase order and a whole few other logistical steps to get it going. So these are the years for 1996, 97, 99, 2000, 2006, 2006, and 2007, with a gross amount a little bit over $24,000, but it would pay the full amount in full. There's a 3% discount, is $23,710.36. So this is really, in a nutshell, this is what this is about. It's really unfortunate this has come about, but this is something that we have to protect ourselves, but also the member as a group to increase our premium because it's really a self-funded JPA for this self. So collectively, the members collect more premium, to defend ourselves. As we speak, we were told that already from, I believe it's 8 to 9 claims is already have been filed against the members.
Thank you, Ms. Chin-Bendib. Mr. Walton?
No questions.
Ms. Swanson?
No questions. Thank you.
Mr. Swanson?
Nope, I understand it and where it's coming from. No questions. Thank you.
Ms. Dawson?
Just fine, thank you.
And I have no comments. I wish we didn't have to do it, but we do. I believe that we are wise to do so and believe we should move on. Any public comment? I see none. So we will move forward. I make a motion, we accept, we ratify the payment of school excess liability fund invoice and pay in advance and receive a 3% discount.
I'll second.
Motion was made by John Paff, seconded by Brian Swanson. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Paff,
Aye.
trustee Brian Swanson,
Aye.
trustee Dawson,
Hi,
trustee Carolyn Swanson,
Aye.
trustee Walton.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much. Excuse me. Vote passes 5-0. The next item is a contract for services with OptumServe to provide COVID-19 surveillance testing. Ms. Chin-Bendib.
Okay. So this is surveillance testing, and earlier on we talked about opening schools, reopening of schools. This is one of the items that we talk about. Since December, we have been, exploring options and also possibilities with vendors to provide surveillance testing. The urgency was not there at that time because primarily is because we have been in distance learning, and this is, give us a little bit of time. But also, which we listed the reasons on page 266 is that there all the vendors is one or the other, there are a lot of criteria, strings attached, whether it's the cost, where we could really, purchase the kits from them at certain amounts, even though it's free, but it's still a shipping or shipping costs, or we have to administer the test kits ourselves. We really did not have the capacity. We really didn't have to do it. So we have been really not been really embarking on this at all. But this time we landed, this is a fourth vendor that we have explored. It's no cost to us. It's a mobile team, but they're not really mobile, but we need to provide a facility. And we have offered them that is going to be the conference room at the district office. We look at it with our team and the criteria, the requirements that they ask that we'll be able to provide. Now, we were not able to secure the agreement to look at it until yesterday, and Ms. Ackerman has posted the agreement with OptumServe, which is really agreement approved by the state of California, and also the event confirmation on our website yesterday. So I wish we could have this sooner, but unfortunately it really took quite a while for us to go through this, and also for our legal to look at it. Even though it's a state agreement, we still want to make sure that as a LEA, a school district ourselves, that we can meet the requirements and that we are protected. And if not, at least the liability is shared legally. But for this OptumServe, in terms of liability, they have provided their insurance, certificated insurance, naming Pgusd as additional insurer. So that's number one. One of the requirements has been really provided by them or met by them. So in terms of OptumServe, the maximum capacity quantity test per day is 264. In our opinion, is more than adequate. I want to thank Nurse Polly, worked very, very closely with us. We're putting numerous hours just to get to this point. It's once a week, it's every Monday, and they have the team, and they're under event confirmation, without going into detail, is pretty much, it's listed there. It's once a week, Monday from 8 o'clock to 5 p.m. And employees, coaches, and also students can be tested if they want to be tested. I think that's it, unless if you have any other technical questions in terms of the testing, I may have to defer to Nurse Polly. She has been instrumental in the process in working through with their logistical and operational team, and also Director Kelly as well.
Just to clarify, this is a PCR test or a rapid test?
Oh, all right. So this is defer that to Miss, is it shown here? Nurse Polly.
She is a co-host.
She's here.
Ms. Pally, go ahead.
Yes, so I believe it is I think it might be both. So I will verify that, but I know for sure it's rapid. It might include PCR, but I will verify that. So.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have. We'll see. Ms. Swanson.
Thank you, John Paff. Okay, bear with me a moment. I just want to clarify a couple of things. So, so as a district, we are not required to do surveillance testing, if I remember correctly, because we are grandfathered in, because we submitted our COVID safety plan in the proper amount of time. Is that right, Dr. Porras?
That was in reference to the testing mandated weekly in the deep purple phase. So as we fall to the testing that is noted in our COVID safety plan, which is what we're talking about tonight.
Okay, thank you so much for clarifying. Okay, so my only comment or concern, I guess, is if we do vast amounts of surveillance testing, since the district is essentially provides health insurance for our teachers, I don't think there's any way around it. We have to provide this testing, but is there any way we can think about that so that we're not in effect making their insurance premiums go up, because we're essentially adding this big cost to what's going on? Does that make sense, Song?
Trustee Kimberly, absolutely. That's just one of the first questions that we ask. At this point, they say it's no cost, but they'll ask the insurance coverage from the employee. And if there are no insurance coverage from the employee, the vendor will collect from the state or elsewhere. So of course, obviously our next question is, how do we guarantee the premium will not go out for the employee? Because we are part of MISIC. They say, well, we heard from another person from a different vendor, but similar approach in a sense that it will ask the employees for the insurance coverage. That person had said he had looked at his insurance statement. Again, this is different vendor, different school district. He said he's not seen charges, and whether insurance coverage premium will go up in the future, nobody knows at this point. But this vendor has assured us they will not charge or collect from the employees. They'll collect it from a state or elsewhere. They have not been provided the term, the further definition of elsewhere. They just said they will collect from a state.
Okay, thank you so much. That is all for my questions.
Thank you very much. That's a very interesting question because in theory, health companies have agreed, in fact, not to change premiums based on this. But you know, that's the fox guarding the hen house somewhat. Mr. Swanson.
I don't have any other questions, or I don't have any questions at all.
Ms. Dawson.
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Walton.
No questions, thank you.
Public comment? Seeing none, do I have a motion to accept the contractor services with Optum Serve?
You've said it all, so moved.
Do I hear a second? Okay, motion was made by Christy Dawson, seconded by Brian Swanson. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Paff,
Aye.
trustee Brian Swanson,
Aye.
trustee Dawson, trustee Carolyn Swanson,
Aye.
trustee Walton.
Aye.
Thank you.
Passes 5-0. Thank you all very much. Our next action, board, we have talked about the fact that our bell portion and intercom actually have failed. And Mr. Kelly has provided this information to us in the past. And I think this is actually very straightforward in terms of what's being asked of us. So I would simply say, instead of him presenting this further, are there questions to Mr. Kelly? We'll start with Mr. Swanson.
I don't have any. No, this is all expected. Thank you.
It is. Christy.
I concur, thank you.
Mr. Walton.
No questions, thank you.
Ms. Swanson.
I have a couple questions. I may have missed it, but I'm going to ask, what's the timeline for the work is my first question. And my second question, I was going over the quote, and I was looking at their payment terms. I saw that their payment terms were net 30. I have two questions about that. Do we ever negotiate and say, hey, if it's net 15, will you give us 2% off? That might be more of a question for Song, but this is, we could save a couple $1,000s if we did something like that. And then with net 30, if this is being paid for with our series, our first series of our bond money, I don't think that pencils out net 30 wise. So if you could just clarify, is that going to be, and maybe you already did, because in the summary it says funds will be paid in May when Measure D funds become available. Well, I don't think the vendor's going to be happy with that, and they also say they'll charge you 1.5% per month interest. So I'm sure you guys have thought that through, but I'd just like to have it be a little more clear on my end.
Song, I'm going to reflect back to you on that. We do occasionally, well, go ahead. Do we ask for 2% net 10 or net 15 ever? And has this vendor agreed to a May payment no matter what?
This part I'll defer to Director Kelly because we had talked about that. And yeah, we did talk about that. So anyway, go ahead.
Yeah, typically on you'll get that discount on purchases only, and on a construction contract they won't do that even for early payment. It can be negotiated. We didn't negotiate it. I mean, anything's up for negotiation. So you can do it if you wanted to, but I didn't ask. As far as timing, by the time we get materials and installation, we're looking at a completion date of end of April, which then gives us a 30 days. So once they do that payment, that'll give us to the end of May to make that payment. So we'll start probably early April by the time we get materials and end late April and then pay in May.
Carolyn?
Okay, yeah.
Oh, no, I was going to say, I think that answered the second question, but there was a first question, which I think I missed. So go ahead.
That was on the 2% for paying early. Right.
Yeah, and if we haven't signed this contract yet, will you ask them? Because we could save $4,000 if we can do a 2%.
Yes.
Yes, that's the
Okay.
question normally we do. We come back to,
You do.
we bargain very aggressively.
Yeah, okay, let's bargain aggressively then. That's my direction on this.
Yeah.
And then just to say it out loud, so now we just set the elementary schools going back end of March. So that means we need to all have in our minds that they don't have a bell system until the end of April. Is that right?
They'll have to do it manually with either principal or front office staff will have to get over the speaker system and call the timeout for a bell.
I think it's unfortunate, but I don't know if we can do any better. So thank you for answering my question.
Mm-hmm.
And thanks for aggressively bargaining on this. Thank
Sure.
you in advance.
Thank you, Ms. Swanson. I'm not sure where I started. Has everybody spoken up?
Yes.
Perfect, thanks. Any public comment? Seeing none, we will, do I have
I move we accept the approval of the contract for service with AMS.net Inc. for installation of paging, bell, and clock system at Forest Grove Elementary School.
I second.
motion was made by Christy Dawson, seconded by Carolyn Swanson. Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Paff,
Aye.
trustee Brian Swanson,
Aye.
trustee Dawson,
Aye.
trustee Carolyn Swanson,
Aye.
trustee Walton.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, passes 5-0. Thank you all very much. The next item, similarly, we have heard about requiring a new mower and trailer, and I don't think, unless there are questions on this particular item, that there's much further presentation. The only small question I have is this consistent with what you predicted, Mr. Kelly, earlier in the year?
I don't understand the question, sorry.
You had a budget number in. Is it $34,000 for when we went to Measure D?
It was, yeah, actually it was a little bit less. I actually budgeted off of the John Deere, which was about 60,000, but we still have another mower to replace. So the total budget was 100,000. So we're still quite a bit underneath that budget. And the second mower we're looking at won't be more expensive than this 34,000, and may even be quite a bit less depending on what model we go with.
Perfect. As Ms. Swanson said earlier, aggressively.
This one was negotiated down to their government pricing. So we had them match the government pricing of the John Deere percentage wise for the Toro to come down. So we did negotiate this one.
Okay, Ms. Dawson, any comments? Thank you, ma'am.
Good work.
Mr. Walden?
No questions.
Ms. Swanson?
Matt Kelly, I trust you, so no questions. Thank you.
Mr. Swanson?
No questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you all very much. Public comment? Seeing none, do I have a motion to accept the purchase of a Toro 7500D 96-inch mower and Diamond Seat trailer?
So moved.
Seconded? I second.
I second.
Pardon me? Motion was made by Christy Dawson, seconded by Carolyn Swanson. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Paff,
Aye.
trustee Brian Swanson,
Aye.
trustee Dawson,
Aye.
Trustee Carolyn Swanson,
Aye.
trustee Walton.
Aye.
Thank you.
Passes 5-0. Thank you all very much. We now go to our 2 walk-on items. Walk-on number 1. Walk-on number 1 is the Pacific Grove High School Athletics Competition update. Here, I would like to defer to Mr. Garcia as to this.
Thank you. And as Trustee Brian Swanson said a couple hours ago, his favorite arcade game is Whack-A-Mole. That's what we're finding with athletics in California, and it has been this way since December. So that does bring us here in front of you this evening. Myself and Athletic Director Laura Lee Gayona will be presenting to you this evening. So I will begin sharing my screen. All right, so it's loading. So this evening we are asking that the board approve the updated guidelines for PGHS student athletes to compete in athletics effective upon meeting all required regulations, procedures, and guidelines. So just a little bit of a whoops, one slide too many, sorry about that. Just a little bit of a review. So on January 25th, the California Department of Health and CIF allowed sports to compete in the following tiers. And this is again based on how your county was rated. As you can see, purple, red, orange, and yellow. In addition to this, PCAL, which oversees the leagues in our region, allowed each district, each school, excuse me, to essentially go their own way as far as competition. And this is in response to the January 25th information provided to us. And just last week, CIF updated their expectations around competition and created a new set of guidelines and categorized them into outdoor moderate contact sports and outdoor high contact sports. They are allowing these sports to participate and compete outside of the previous direction of their colored tiers. Once a county gets to 14 to 100,000 or less. And as we know, as of Tuesday, with the updates on COVID rates, Monterey is still in the purple. However, outdoor sports in red and orange may hold competitions in the respective counties as long as we get to that 14 per 100,000. Additionally, sports like football and water polo, in order for them to compete within that 14, if you reach the 14 or lower, we must provide COVID testing for the student athletes and the coaches. So what does this mean? Teams listed in red and orange can now compete as long as we are 14 or to 100,000 or less. This means baseball, softball, football, soccer, water polo, and boys lacrosse. There are other sports, but these are the ones that we offer. So football is now allowed to compete with the following conditions. We must provide COVID testing, and as was previously discussed and approved, we do now have an organization that can provide us with that testing. Testing must testing must occur once a week, and it also must occur prior to a competition. There's also a form that parents, guardians must sign off on for their student athlete to be able to compete in any of the sports that are listed here on the screen. And we do now have that form available. I just want to bring something to your attention, and this has been out for about a month now. And these are CIF regulations, guidelines, and procedures, and they have developed them for every sport that is offered across California. And this is an example. This is just one page of a 3-page document for football. So you can see these guidelines here. Masks are recommended to be worn. 10 games permitted during the season. Limit attendees to 1 captain from each team for a pre-game conference. Lining up on the sidelines. They've amended this to ensure that we have proper distancing of the athletes on the sidelines. Taking away the traditional handshakes that occur, and even going so far as increasing the amount of football available to use during a game. So a lot of thought and detail have been put into this to ensure safety as it relates to COVID for our student athletes and our coaches. I throw this in here now just to make you aware. An update came out this afternoon, and it relates to indoor sports. And San Diego County has seen lawsuits brought forward on behalf of athletes, and there is a potential for more changes as it relates to sports. So I just wanted to give you a heads up on that. It's not related to the request this evening, but wanted you to know, and the public to know, that we are working very hard to keep up with all of the changes and to ensure that we are doing what's best for our student athletes and our coaches. So with that, that does end our presentation for this evening. And again, our request is that the board approve the updated guidelines so that our athletes can compete.
Okay, Mr. Garcia, thank you very much. So this allows us to compete. Are we saying we want to compete in football?
Yes.
I mean, okay, do you feel you have the student support to do that?
Excuse me, let me stop sharing.
I mean, the reason I ask is we're now 1.5 seasons away from what a typical football season is. And at some point, move into the next sport. We are limited in our number of athletes to begin with. And so what are we actually cutting back on to start a sport that's, you know, move forward instead of backwards?
So As of this morning, we had 19 varsity players and I believe about 20 JV players who are willing to play. There is an opportunity for students to compete in another sport at the same time, but we did not want to move forward with fleshing that out until we knew how the board would vote this evening, because it will require us to then meet with the coaches to determine how our athletes participate in various sports if they want to do more than one.
Okay, I should rephrase where I was going to begin with. What we're approving tonight is not, if we approve, is not any particular sport. It is an approval to allow you to open sports, and wherever they may go, they go.
Correct.
Okay, I have no further questions. Thank you. We'll move to Mr. Walton.
No questions, thank you.
Carolyn.
Okay. Let's see here. Okay, so I think I originally had a COVID testing question, but I think I understand it now, because we're going to have this OptumServe on site available for testing. And as far as how much that costs, we went over that in the last item. So I'm just trying to envision what this looks like. So I know that we're allowed to have conditioning. I know we're allowed to have practice. The question tonight is, are we going to allow for these certain sports to compete? And competing involves, to me, an audience. So will there be an audience allowed, Lido? That's one of my first questions.
So we have to ask our county public health regarding attendees. So that's an unanswered question right now for us. And so we'll have to figure that one out.
Okay, and then travel. I know that the original schedule has been dismantled, and they're kind of free to compete. I'm just going to use football as a reference. I realize it's about some other sports, but so our football team could, if we approve this, our football team in PG could play Carmel on the field with masks on, which is very difficult to exercise with a mask on, but with masks on and all their gear. They could actually have a football game, may or may not have attendees, may or may not have cheer. Is that right? All that so far?
So during the actual game itself, when the students are on the field, they would not have their masks, but while they're waiting on the sidelines, for instance, if offense is on the field, defense is on the sidelines, they're going to be wearing their masks on the sidelines, but they will take it off when they go onto the field. We would not, and Mrs. Gayona, correct me if I'm wrong on this one, but we would not have cheer there. We would limit it to the athletes, the coaches, the necessary personnel. And then if we learn that we can have some type of attendees, then we would figure that out.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay, I think I'm good with my questions. Thanks for answering them.
Thank you, Ms. Swanson. Mr. Swanson.
I don't really have any questions. It's interesting that we're going here. It'll be, yeah, it's interesting. I'm going to follow the recommendations that came along with this that led us to where we are on that, and leave it at that.
Thank you, Mr. Swanson. Ms. Dawson.
I think for those students who are athletes and raring to get going, I think this is great. Anything that we can resurrect that gives kids a certain involvement this year is wonderful. So I'm big yes from me.
Thank you. Mr. Walton?
No questions, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any public comment? Mr. Pauly. Paul? Paul.
Paul, thank you. Hi, my name is Jameson Paul, and I don't know if you guys remember me. I spoke a while back when we were proving conditioning. I'm a student athlete at PGHS. I'm a senior, and I just want to show my support along with many others athletes at our school behind this like accepting of competition. And again, I'm not here to like try to like tell you guys the decision that you should make, because at the end of the day, it's your decision as board members. And I trust you guys to make the right decisions. But I just think that sports for students especially means a lot. It's more than just a game to a lot of us. And it's like motivation. And I spoke a lot about hope when we talked about starting conditioning. And now I didn't think we were going to get to this point where we would have a chance to approve having a football season. Like I honestly didn't think we were going to get here, but we're here now. And I'm just happy we're here and there's a chance. But it's more than a game to a lot of athletes. And a lot of people have kept their grades up just in case this moment. A lot of people have just been hanging on and just keep pushing themselves just for this chance that we have here to play. In this time of uncertainty, they've kept that drive and they've kept that focus. And as far as I know, we haven't had a positive case yet through all the conditioning we've been doing. So we've been following the rules while working as hard as we can. And yeah, that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. Ms. Rogeman.
Hello, my name is Claire Rogeman. I am a senior at Pacific Grove High School, and I am captain of the cheer team this year. And I would like to say that the cheer team has been conditioning since November, as long as the football players have. And I would just like to say that our sport is unique in that we don't exist without competition of other sports. And I'd like to acknowledge that we shouldn't be grouped in with the audience. Having spectators at the game isn't something required, but I think cheerleading is different than having spectators at a football game. And I feel that we are an integral part of the performance of the teams that we support and the morale of our school as a whole. So I would push for competition and inclusion of cheer. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Rogeman. Ms. Hampton.
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Angelo Hampton.
Mr. Hampton, sorry.
I'm a junior attending Pacific Grove High School, and I play football. And I wanted to say, first of all, that I'm extremely grateful to be participating in this board meeting tonight. And it has been interesting to hear the different opinions and ideas from everyone in this meeting. And I've definitely learned a couple of things and taken some things into consideration. But I want to get straight to the point and just say that ever since the beginning of my junior year has started, I knew that the situation with a potential football season would be difficult to accomplish, but here we are now at the point where we need to be. And this year has been especially difficult for not only regular students, but athletes. The varsity football team has been putting in so much work to shape our bodies as best as possible for the hope that we will have a season. And I've dedicated all my time and my heart to making sure that I'm fully prepared for this season. And now that we are so close to having a season, I'm praying that my dream and teammates' dream can come true as well. I would also like to point out that the seniors are without a doubt in a difficult situation as well. This is their last year to participate in high school football. And for us to be this close and not to close the deal would be deeply disappointing. And I know things have to happen for football that are going to be difficult, but I know that my teammates and I will respect the decisions that the district will make for us to come back and be strong. Thank you all for listening to me tonight. Go Breakers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hampton. Seeing no other public comment, we'll bring it back to the board. Board, any other questions here?
I have another question.
Sure.
Lito, what's the timeline if we approve this tonight? When would this begin?
Well, we've been focusing on football. So our football players have to have at least 10 days of practice with pads before they can compete. So we would want to get this started very soon. There is a ending date of, I believe it's April 19th for football competition. There is some language that would allow it to extend a little bit further if you had to miss a game for some reason. But the season, it's short, and so we need to start right away.
Okay, and then my last question. I know that competitive cheer is listed in the, only if we're in the yellow tier, but I'm not a cheer expert, so I don't know if competitive cheer is the word that you would use to describe what the cheerleaders are doing at like this type of football game. So can you clarify that for me?
So thank you for that. I do want to say first off, I appreciate Claire speaking up as captain of the cheerleading team. She has a fan in her principal because I'm a cheer dad. My daughter was a cheerleader for 4 years and captain of her cheer team. So I understand that they are athletes, and I understand what they do on behalf of all sports at a comprehensive high school. And so cheer competition is different from cheering at sporting events at a given high school. And while I did make the statement that cheerleaders would not be in the stadium, it is something that I will go back with Athletic Director Gaona and research to see what we can do to support the cheerleaders and get them out there because they deserve to be a part of this as well.
Yeah, the idea of a football game happening this year with, even if it's socially distanced, cheerleading happening at the same time, it almost makes me teary. It's kind of an amazing idea. So, okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Swanson. Thank you, Mr. Garcia. With that, do I have a motion to accept?
So moved.
Second.
Motion was made by Christy Dawson to accept the Pacific Grove High School athletics competition update and allow sports, whatever they happen to be, by Ms. Dawson and seconded by Ms. Swanson. Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Paff,
Aye.
trustee Brian Swanson,
Aye.
trustee Dawson,
Aye.
trustee Carolyn Swanson,
Aye, and I hope those cheerleaders are there too.
trustee Bolton.
Aye.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you all very much. Passes 5-0. Board, at this point, it is 10:41. We have 4 minutes and we will not get through this next item. So I would table half of it. What I'd like to not table, Mr. Kelly, are you online?
Uh-oh.
Matt?
Here.
Matt, am I correct? This actually has two parts. One is a contract service for inland mechanical, and the other is an examination of our existing air quality. Is that correct?
Yes, both by the same contractor, yes.
Well, we don't need to do them at the same time?
No.
Okay, board, I would like to suggest that without really very much further comment, although you are welcome to do so, that we table the first half of this, which is the contract for inland mechanical to actually install ionizers. We put that on as the next board meeting. And what we accept is the very straightforward contract that we've asked for prior, which is to go through the rooms and test air quality.
No questions here?
Yes.
Can we just vote?
Well, I'm asking if there are questions before we go on. Do you have questions there, Christy?
No.
John, does that proposal work for you? I'd like to do it that way.
Sure.
You have any questions on the analysis?
No.
Carolyn?
John Paff, is there any way we can extend 15 minutes? This is such
No.
an important topic.
We
Okay.
can't, we're not
I don't know
able
why,
to.
but okay.
We're just not able.
Because
not
that's the
able to.
law. I didn't write it. Brian?
No issues.
Okay. Mr. Kelly, do you have anything you want to add to that?
No, I don't.
Okay. Any public comment on just the acceptance of the analysis portion? Okay, seeing none, I make a motion, we accept the analysis contract and table the contract for inland mechanicals, actual mechanical systems to next meeting. Actually, they're separate motions. Make a motion that we accept the analysis portion of this.
Second.
Oh,
Okay.
Brian, take it.
Motion's made by John Paff and seconded by, who said it?
Brian,
Brian.
Mhm.
Roll call vote, please.
Trustee Paff,
Aye.
trustee Brian Swanson,
Aye.
trustee Dawson,
I,
trustee Carolyn Swanson,
Aye.
trustee Walton.
Aye.
Okay. Mr. Kelly, you have permission to go ahead and get us tested. 5-0. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
We have about a minute. Board calendar, future meetings. Ralph, is there any changes there?
Yes, there are just a couple changes, so we'll need approval tonight, but they're pretty straightforward changes. One is that Assistant Superintendent Chim Ben Dib moved the TRAN to March 18th. And there were two edits from tonight's meeting regarding the second interim and the budget revisions, which are combined into one item. So a very basic change.
I move
Okay.
to approve. Oh, we have to talk? Okay.
Any comments on that?
Not here.
Okay, it has been suggested we start meeting back in person, which I would prefer to do. I think we can take that offline and work out a date. Okay,
Yep.
so that's us. That doesn't involve 400 people in the audience, and we'll work through the Zoom. Okay, do I have a motion there?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Christy Dawson, seconded by Brian Swanson. Any public comment? Seeing none. Roll call, please.
Trustee Paff,
Aye.
trustee Brian Swanson,
Aye.
trustee Dawson,
I,
trustee Carolyn Swanson,
Aye.
trustee Walton.
Aye.
Passes 5-0. Thank you. We'll make those changes. And lastly, starting with Carolyn and working through with Brian, Christy, and John, future agenda items. Have we added anything tonight? Dr. Porras?
Nothing that doesn't already exist on the future agenda items that I noted.
Carolyn?
In light of our diversify our narrative presentation, I would like to look at possibly an ethnic studies graduation requirement for the high school.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it.
Brian?
Nope.
Christy?
no.
John?
Nothing for me, thank you.
Public comment? Seeing none, we are 2 minutes over. Ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate everybody who's still with us. I really appreciate the conversation prior. Christy, were you waving goodbye?
Yes.
Goodbye.
Stretching.
We are adjourned. It is 10:47. Thank you all.
Good
Well
night,
done, everyone. Thank you.